Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 8th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric and each and every one of the participants who are here. As we always say, this is a roundtable discussion. All the souls are equal and no one's wrong and no one's 100% right. So we're just sharing more information in this meeting, more knowledge, and this is the way the universe works. It's not that big bang. It's more of a layering process or a building process. We're understanding more. But before we continue, I think we should go to the World Peace Treaty. Can you imagine hospitals without patients? This is an impossibility, isn't it? or feeding yourself without eating another. If you take the statement on its surface, it would seem an impossibility. But this workshop, or what we're going to try to share here, is all about energies, movement of energies back and forth from the sun to the earth, from the mother system to the subject in the transmutation test, and then, of course, creating the dome of peace with our own energy. So this is what I'm hoping everyone will sort of take a look at. But again, you take from this knowledge what your intellect allows. And no soul has a corner on knowledge, as I understand it. Would anyone like to read or reaffirm the World Peace Treaty? This is a document that the world leaders will sign, the religious world leaders will sign, and many other people will sign once they know more about this whole process. But as Mr. Keshe says, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change, no other thing. Very similar to what the sun did in 23 with the aurora. This is what I'm equating all this to. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty?
If you want, I'll read it, Mark.
Well, that would be nice. You have a beautiful speaking, reading, and translating voice, John, as you've demonstrated in so many different meetings. Thank you.
An old British accent.
Yes, very nice. From Argentina, by way of Argentina in some shape or form.
Yeah, a British school. Fine. World Peace Treaty. We could we have it a bit bigger?
I'm not sure if I can do that. I'm not sure how we can do that.
I know, then it's fine.
If you can.
We as citizens of the earth, from the moment on accept, I don't know why, moment on accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war, we shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we all agree and swear with our nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and soul. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of Creator.
Yes, and who would think, John, that we had to pledge ourselves to peace when we go into space? I thought it was an open frontier for all of us to do exactly what we want. There seems to be enough room. But apparently space is quite a peaceful place, as we see the solar system very peaceful.
As far as I know, it's not all that peaceful. But we could argue about all these things many a time.
You mean there's still beings that want to confirm their existence in one way or another?
You got a bit of everything. There are not all saints, let's put it this way. As the Spanish saying says, no son todos santos. They're not all saints. But I think that doesn't come to today's teachings, does it?
Right. But when we look on these planets in the deepest parts of the space or in the universe, we very rarely, if at all, I've never seen any videos or any wars going on any other planets. Have you or anyone else in this meeting?
Well, there was a planet after to Mars called Tiamat. It was a water planet, and that was blown up.
Oh, yes. I'm not saying, you know, when you have black holes that are created in certain galaxies and things, they can be quite
blown up.
predatory, scooping
It
up
was blown up
planets and
in,
stars and so many other things. But go ahead, John. Sorry.
It was blown up in a war.
Oh, this planet you're
But,
talking about.
Pardon?
No, this Tiamatsu, is that what you're referring to?
Tiamat.
Tiamat.
It was all covered in water. And you must have heard of that UAP that came down in north of Canada a few days ago, crashed into a mountain. The two pilots were drunk. They were picking up human bad habits.
Oh,
They died
okay.
instantaneously.
Yeah,
you must
no,
have heard of
I
that incident.
didn't hear about that. Anyone from that region hear about that? We know there's a lot of, as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, he can tell which ones are fake and which ones are real. Fake, I mean, they're terrestrially created, I would say. The real ones have a sort of a different signature. And as we know, Iran has some of these capabilities. I know Mr. Keshe said they're flying across the United States pretty regularly, but we don't have the radar to detect them. And of course, they're always subject to failure with systems in the matter state, as I understand it. So yes, there are many that are real, and there are many that are created here. Even our own Pentagon, apparently, with this scientist Pius, they're trying to create that sort of star formation and craft, but they really haven't fully understood it. And we've heard other stories about the Marines having a magnetic sort of craft. Maybe they've developed in the 50s or achieved lift and some sort of motion. But I think most of the inhabitants of the universe are peaceful. This is my understanding. And wasn't that what von Braun said? They would play the war card, and then they'd play the terrorism card, and then the final card would be the war against the extraterrestrials, if you want to call it, or other members of the family. That would be the final card that was played. But I think we're gaining a totally different understanding that it is a peaceful place. As I said, if you look in the deepest regions of the universe, we don't see wars, either in the atmosphere or on the planets, if we can see that far. And I would think if it was an activity like it is here, 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years, you'd get a glimpse of it now and again. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Although we do have a lot of people promoting this sort of very similar to conditions that are here. They're here to kidnap us or to eat us or to abuse us in the same way we've done with others on this planet. But to me, I don't think it works that way.
John?
Yes.
Did you read The Day After Roswell?
I think very far back.
Yeah, it was brought out in 1997. It's quite an interesting book.
Yeah, well, I've read many a book. I've got it here at hand. And here in Argentina, we have a lot of UAP sightings and experiences. So Brazil also has a hell of a lot of them also.
Yeah, apparently the conditions in South America, Mr. Keshe had informed us, are quite conducive for these entities or creatures to appear. I guess there's a magnetic field or an environment that they seem to like. And yes, we hear many reports in Brazil, Argentina, South America, and the rest.
Yeah, I think it's because we're not all that aggressive.
Well, if they are aggressive, John, we'll have to introduce them to the...
we, not them.
We'll have to have them sign the World Peace Treaty, wouldn't we? At least we can offer it to them. But again, I think this planet has always belonged to the universal community, and they have a universal community council as well. So as my understanding is, if you go out with those aggressive warring intentions, you'll be dealt with quite straight away, as they say.
In fact, there was an incident also a few days ago where Chile sent a couple of fighter planes out because they thought Argentina was invading their airspace with some airplanes, and there was no movement here, but there are some strange ships appeared right by the Magellan Strait. But there's no more details about that.
Right, and as I understand it, they're rather shy to show themselves because they know how dangerous. It's almost like going into a jungle. If you're coming from the universe in a way, quite many of them, as we know, are a bit shy to show themselves because they may get killed or eaten or put on display as if you were some sort of, I don't know. But yeah, this is what we understand. But I think the universe is a rather peaceful place. We see the sun erupting, as we are going to cover today with this aurora process of the transfer of energy. But for the most part, the solar system is a quite peaceful place.
Put yourself into a ant state. Ants see the space around them pretty peaceful, except when somebody goes and stamps them.
Yes.
It's all a point of view of different things.
But that's what we heard in the opening video. We're trying to make a peaceful man out of the man, to move away from the killing and the destruction that we've been involved in, not only with each other, but again, the vertical people, which we refer to as plants, and also the horizontal people, and all the rest of the entities which we spray with pesticide or other things to sort of get rid of them. But in a way, I think it ends up backfiring on us, where we end up absorbing some of that materials ourselves. So it's the peaceful condition of the man that we're trying to achieve. And this way we'll be allowed to join this universal community.
Would you call the chemtrails peaceful?
I don't know enough about them, but they don't seem to be a natural process. And we heard of people engineering.
And they're poisoning everything, yeah.
Yeah, under the guise of, you know, we need to spray these things because this little bit of gas, what is it, 0.2% is causing us an issue. But I think it's more about depopulation in a way.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation. Yeah, there under World Peace Treaty. You can also find it on any search engine. Actually, I used one the other day and I found Keshe World Peace Treaty, which I was surprised to find. But it's a very simple document. And as I said, world leaders will sign this. I'm sure many of them are ready to sign this now, but because of outside pressures and other things, they're not moving ahead with it. It's almost like, you know, you need someone else to tell you it's time to move on this. But we're going to see much of this happening through transmutation. And this is what Mr. Keshe said. They can stop the gas unit. They can stop other products or systems that the Keshe Foundation has developed, but they won't be able to stop the transmutation. And so this is why I think we're moving ahead on this. As he said, if I put the gas unit out, they'll stop it because it's just going to be too, in a way, disruptive for too many industries. So they'll be eased in gradually, but we'll have to see. It could take another generation, or it could happen within weeks and months. And a lot of it has to do with us on this planet. This is a test for humanity to see if we can bring the change. As we know, we can give you the advanced technology, and within one generation or two, Without the elevation of the soul of the man, you'll be right back to killing and eating each other. So this is why the elevation of the soul as an individual, as a collective, is quite important for this planet, achieving a permanent peace. And then this will allow us to join in a way with the universal community, as I understand it. And as Alex likes to say, you don't even have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. But I think it's very nice after displaying this treaty, be proud to display that after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate, because you can open up a huge conversation about the world peace and bring people knowledge that they didn't really understand, or what's the purpose of all this and why have we been isolated or quarantined. And there's whole stories about that that we can sort of tell each other or share with others why this planet has been put into that position. Gail?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I understand that he was saying the souls, it's a nursery here. So a lot of souls have gone out. And if we're thinking of problems in space, well, I think, you know, maybe they're trying to correct us.
We've got to move you
First.
closer. So
I don't know if you heard that. My
we
internet
didn't
just
hear
said
it all
unstable.
very clearly, no. Would you like to try it one more time and see if your network holds? Gail? I know it takes a couple seconds to South Africa to make that connection. Gail, are you still hearing us?
Okay. Can you hear now?
Better.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
It's better.
No?
I said it's better. Would you
Okay.
like to try again?
No, I'm saying this is
Oh, well, I guess Gail has the last word. She just dropped out. Unfortunately, some of these systems in different areas aren't as stable as we'd like them to be, but normally she'll pop right back in. Let's give her a few seconds to do that. Anyone else want to make a comment on the world peace? And as you can see, again, we're going through a cycle of trying to be driven into more conflicts. Although Iran has backed away. This is what Mr. Keshe has mentioned in the last workshop, that his requests to the leaders of that country were accepted. And apparently at this point, they are backing away from destroying their own country, which was built up over another couple thousand years or more, and not to go to war over the death of one man or a number of individuals. Gail, I see you're back. Would you like to try it again?
can you hear what I'm saying now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm saying we're a nursery of souls. And that means that we can contaminate or have contaminated the universe, probably in different planets. Did you hear that?
Yes. And normally what happens when
not.
people are sick,
Okay.
years ago, they would put them in a quarantine situation, wouldn't they?
They tried.
And this is what we're experiencing now. Humanity has to mature. We have to become a peaceful civilization and get this destruction and killing and war out of our structure. And with these energies that are being transferred, as he said, what happened with this aurora, we will notice some physiological or psychological changes over the next 10 to 15 years. But also in 200 to 500 years, we will also see But Mr. Keshe said he's watching this process because now the soul of the sun has gotten involved in, again, bringing some sort of change. And we've all absorbed it. As he said, your skin could not shield you from this. Even the fishes in the ocean, the soul of this planet, and all its inhabitants have been touched by this. But as he said in the transmutation test, sometimes these energies take some time to settle into a structure. So it's not always a snap of a finger where you have energy and all of a sudden something changes. But as we saw with Nick, it certainly did in one of the sessions. So that's a beautiful testimonial. We're going to cover that today, but there's much to cover in these workshops, and we can't quite do it full justice by just skimming and highlighting it. But that's why the mission is for you to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself, not so much for anyone else. And then once you reach that point, you can start to share your understanding. But the other offer from Mr. Keshe is just to share what you think you understand, and there's no wrong about that, because this is where you are, this is where we are, and I don't think we've hardly scratched the surface of this knowledge. And we know the knowledge never ends, but it's quite deep, as we know. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, somebody put in the day after Roswell. Yeah. Oh no, we've been visited for a long, long time. This planet, as we understand, is part of the universal community. It's just that it's had bad behavior, almost like when Mother says you have to go to your room until you learn how to behave correctly, or put you out in the back garden and you can't come back in the house until you correct the behavior. So this is what we're going through. And of course, the universal community has been frustrated with this planet. Mr. Keshe has gone in a way before the council and argued our case. More time. We need more time for correction. And apparently they've agreed, as this is one of the, or is the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, with all its diversity and all its beauty. We haven't really understood this fully. But in the matter state, this planet is quite special. And also, as Gail said, this is a nursery or a greenhouse for souls in the universe. But there's some wrong streaks that have been carried out, and each one of those souls has the ability to create a star or to create other things and then carry on that process. But by going out into the universe tainted in a way, you're going to replicate some of that. So that's why we want to go out as perfectly peaceful, calm, and settled beings in a way that we respect all life, because we know the Creator shows himself in trillions and trillions of faces on this planet, but also across the universe. Okay, anyone else want to say anything else about the World Peace Treaty? Okay, let's see if we can go to the, in a way, just to highlight, this is our Keshe Foundation store where you can order things such as joining a research center for, there's a 3-year program. We'll go into these a little bit more. We have the Iranian conference coming up in November, the monthly transmutation tests, which we've heard a beautiful testimonial, which we're going to play today. Mr. Keshe also mentioned this wellness coverage. He actually asked Nick if he had signed up for this wellness package, which we can look at in more detail later. We have cosmic ray material coming out. We also have these cosmic ray communication bundles, which allow you to, well, start with zero-time communication and help in the transmutation process. So there's many products. I know these are some of them here. This appears as a GANS, but it's there were 3 earlier products known as the Cycle GANS and the Heat GANS, and also the Eye GANS. And some of these are for menstrual cycle, others for migraine, and some helps in the transmutation. And going further, he's developed this pause GANs for menopause, and he's also developed for females and also for males the flagpole GANs. Further going along, we have now the detachment, I think it is. Again, detachment from addictions. Here's the knee GANs. I'm just looking, yes, here's the Twinity cycle GANs. And this is, again, I'm just looking, here's the detachment. This is one of the later ones that came after the pause and the flagpole GANs, but the detachment from addictions, again, whether they're the addictions you would normally consider or whether they're other types of emotional addictions that you're addicted to. And going along with this, and these can all be used in combination as I understand it, there's also a stamina GANs. This is to be able to hold that position right here, this Twinity stamina GANs, to hold for the soul to be able to hold position in a way, perhaps on things you've corrected, not to revert back to them, or perhaps hold the position, as he said in the transmutation test, that you can, I think some people have done this for a couple minutes or 3 minutes, but he wants to go to 6 or 10 minutes in part of the transmutation test, and maybe that stamina is part of that as well. So again, these are new products. We're not going to see the instruction, I don't think, on how to make them. The only place to get them would be in the Keshe Foundation store. And someone else could say they've made a stamina or another type of thing. But again, unless it's certified from the Keshe Foundation, you may want to reserve your order and just place it with the Keshe Foundation, as there's so many things, technologies within these structures, but also hidden technologies that mankind is not even aware of. So I would put my money down on the Keshe Foundation products rather than a facsimile. Even though it may look the same and appear the same, the work of it will probably be totally different unless that person understands the totality. We have the cosmic ray material and so on. Maybe we should go through these from the beginning. But this is the Keshe Foundation store. This is our new website, which is it's a pure teaching channel. So now we have the store channel. We also have this new plasma technology space channel, which is getting built up. We saw the cycle of creation in this last workshop, but this is going to be added to by the Brazilian team, and they are sort of building this up. And then, of course, let's see, we have the store, and then we have our regular YouTube channel, which is just full. I mean, you can spend more than a lifetime unraveling all the different videos that we see from the one planet. Whoops, let's just let that build up. Okay, if we go to videos here. And I think all of us know this a little bit more about nanocoding, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race program, which is on Tuesdays. All the Knowledge Seekers workshops are in here. Some of the reactor groups are in there. You can find different sort of short videos on the Keshe coin or the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, which we call the Ubisos. And of course, this has been shrunk down to these, if we go back to the store, you can see this Ubisos has been shrunk down to the something that looks very similar to the Cosmic Ray Bundle, although the Cosmic Ray Bundle is separate from the Ubisos. I'm not sure if they show it here. And these products, which you're seeing, the knee GANs and the Twinity cycle GANs and the heat and the rest, I believe these are all going to be made into applications, meaning you will be able to wear headphones or other like cosmic ray bundles and things and be able to, as Nick did, from 10,000 miles away, receive the energy he needs. And of course, this is what we saw with the sun from millions of miles away. pushing back the magnetical field of the Earth and imparting energies in a way from the soul of the sun that will, again, cause some sort of change psychologically, physiologically, to all the inhabitants of this planet, including the soul of the inhabitants as well. This is my understanding. And again, I'm just sharing what I think I understand. And I may not be right. That's why you're the last man standing. And you don't need any intermediaries, and you don't need any prophets here or anywhere in the universe. It's for you, as I said earlier, to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. We're all growing into it at different speeds and different strengths. So what I understand may be not exactly the way you understand it, and there's no problem with that. Just because I can bounce a ball or I can't bounce a ball and you can, that's fine. There's no problem with that. I'm learning and I'll get there, and we're all growing. But as I said, this knowledge is a never-ending knowledge. And these products, again, are sort of training wheels in a way, but they're going to be made into applications, as Mr. Keshe said, with the detachment and the other things, the pause and the rest. This is only going to be offered for a 6-month period, and then they'll stop. So to me, that means they're gauging what the results are from these products that you would order and use according to the instructions, and then they'll be put into a remote sort of system. I think he did that with the feeding as well. Some of the first tests we were involved in was dining with the creator and so on, and that has worked into being able to feed 80,000 people plus a day in Gaza. Not only feeding them, but providing them water, medication, emotional balancing, and the rest, all from a remote position. So again, this is advanced space technology, but we're helping to keep the Keshe Foundation free. And that's the video we're going to close with today, the one that Alex voiced over and the Brazilian team made. And this is what happens, that many organizations would like to take over the Keshe Foundation and basically shut down the technology for the way it's being delivered, and just to drip it out over the next century or two, drip by drip by drip by drip, but being in control of it. But as we understand, we're trying to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. So this is the research, and I think there's a place opening up in Sanya on the island of Hunan, and that's where we were in our last conference, but there's a hospital already in progress there. And these research centers, which, as I said, you can go for a 1-year or 3-year process. It's $25,000 a year plus you'll have to provide your own housing and food and the rest of this, although you may be fed plasmatically. There's probably some surprises that will be here. But you can look at, again, whatever area that interests you within the Keshe Foundation. It could be communications, maybe it's feeding, could be energy production, could be travel. And you can stay in one program for 3 years, or you can stay in one program for 1 year and then sort of change over to something else you'd like to get involved with in research. So if you're a scientific type, or you just like to be in this environment, this would be a beautiful, rather than taking a cruise around the world for a year, you could take a cruise around the universe and the knowledge of the universe for 12 months. So that's what's coming up. Nothing has been announced, let's say, firmly, but this is what's in the plan, as I understand it. And of course, anything you develop within this, maybe scientists who are sort of fed up with making whatever they're making and would like to produce things or research things that's going to benefit humanity, would be quite pleased of joining this process, rather than their talents used for destruction and be used for peaceful purposes. So there'll be one in Sanya, there'll be one in Iran, there'll be one in Arizona, hopefully, Brazil, Russia, other places will come online in the future. So these are what we call the research centers. And of course, there's a lot of research going on right now within the Keshe Foundation. The next upcoming, maybe we'll do these in order of expense. This is the Iranian Flight Conference, which is coming up in November. Again, they're waiting for full approval from the Iranian government. It's going to be in the Isfahan area in Iran, right here. And this is where Mr. Keshe said he would open a briefcase and you will see the UFO manifest before your eyes. Of course, this UFO will not have any doors and you'll have to transmute to get in it. And depending on the condition of your soul and how you've learned the transmutation process, it'll be totally up to you, but I think there'll be assistance with this. So this is what's coming up in November, just a couple of months away, actually. We're in September, October, and then November will be here at in no time. So this conference is 7,500. You'll all meet in Vienna. From Vienna, you'll be transferred to Iran or perhaps travel through Turkey. I'm not exactly sure, but yet they're still waiting for full approval of this, which was promised, but they didn't foresee the Iranian president getting killed and so on in a helicopter crash. So this sort of threw a monkey wrench into the works. But it will happen one way or the other, either delayed or held in another location. But we're hoping and wishing that it's being held where it's supposed to be held. And as Mr. Keshe said, there'll be sort of two conferences, one for the knowledge seekers and then one for the Iranian government that may want to show some of the advanced technology that they have. I know Mr. Keshe has told us that the Iranians are about 50 years ahead of the rest of the world on understanding nano coding, the different ways to work with it and the different ways that it's achieved. The transmutation test is a monthly test that you can book your virtual seat at €600 plus value added tax. And there's September and October left, but I think after the November conference, it'll probably start up again because the conference after Iran is going to be in Washington, and he does want to show the transmutation. This is going to be breaking down the borders in a way. I know it wants to be, we want to show it in Iran, but it may be pushed back to Washington depending on how the systems are developed and how the knowledge seekers are actually incorporating this understanding into their own structure. And so while we're on this, or maybe I can even well, perhaps we should play what happened with one of the knowledge seekers from Australia. And we've met him in Manchester, we've met him in London, and we've also met him in Sanya. So some of us who've been there are very familiar with Nick, although we had no idea of his condition. He didn't share any of that with us. He looks perfectly healthy to me. But apparently there was some internal bleeding going on, and this condition has actually corrected itself. Again, Nick called it a miracle, but this is actually the energies being transferred or touching the soul, where the soul decides to change the dimension within the dimension of physicality. And this is what has been, we've been advised that sometimes you wait in these sessions, you're just listening. You may be trying to do something. You may be just listening and waiting for that nanosecond or that second when the soul decides to make a change. And I don't know exactly how that's done, whether energies are or encouragement of the soul or certain energies come there and the soul decides to change something. Of course, in accordance with your wish. But I thought we'd listen to Nick's testimony. It's one of the greatest ones I've heard so far. As I said, there's probably many more in the background of the Keshe Foundation. We've heard about blindness. We've heard about fibromyalgia. We've heard about Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and the rest. But this is a very, very beautiful testimony. And hopefully on Monday, you can join us for the testimonial meeting at 8 p.m. in the public Zoom room, which I'm believing Rick will share this testimony as well. but I thought, and we appreciate, I asked Nick if he'd like to join us. I haven't gotten a response in today's session, and we'll see if he comes in. If he does, we'll stop whatever and give the floor to Nick. But let's hear about what Mr. Keshe said here on this transmutation test. And of course, we've heard from Anne-Marie where her fingers have straightened. We've also heard some other things, and probably some things, again, that aren't in the public, that people do not want to share publicly for whatever reason. They're shy, or again, it's a personal issue. You may not want to, but amazing things are happening remotely. No medicines being used, just using a pair of headphones. And of course, the systems that we saw in the beginning of this workshop, where they can handle any condition of unwellness of the soul of the man or the physicality. So let's play this. Again, I've titled this purely Q&A mini-series. We're taking this out of the question and answer period from some workshops. So we're making a number of these. I'll put them in the Telegram later once they've been compressed. But as Mr. Keshe said, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A session than we do from the actual teaching part. And there's your timestamp.
Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dimitri. We have 3 hands up here, and I think the first one was Nick. Nick, could you go ahead, please? Then we have Dean and Marinez.
Yes, can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Nick V from Sydney, Australia, and I'd just like to make a testimony of the 24th transmutation test last month.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Keshe. Good, yourself?
Are you sure you want to go out with this?
Well, I was going to say it last week, but I thought I'd wait another 7 days just to make sure and make an honest assessment of it, an opinion.
Okay.
Would you like me to tell it, or?
Go ahead. We know the situation, and thanks God for that. Go ahead.
No worries. So what happened, I did the transmutation test on the 24th, and I actually had a feeling that I was drawn to it, to be honest. Now, I did have a medical condition the last 2 months where I was really bleeding a lot internally. So when I went to the restroom, it was very, very heavy. And this happened about, I started bleeding internally about 4 years ago, but it just was on and off. And now I've had a lot of hits, accidents in my life. So I've always soldiered on, you know, and really just try to exercise myself and eat properly and just try to see if it goes. But I know 2 years ago when I went to the Manchester, London, the Plasma Space Traveller group, and I went on the headphones, the Iranian units, cosmic ray units. I know Mr. Keshe called the team, and he said, please give me a graph of what happens when they're on the units. Now, when my graph came, Mr. Keshe told me a bit about it, and he actually noticed something. He said, do you have cancer? And I said, well, I'm not sure, Mr. Keshe, but I do have something wrong with me. And I don't know if you remember that, but that's what you told me from the graphs, from those cosmic ray Iranian units that you got. And so what happened, I kept on, every now and then the bleeding will start and stop. But for some reason, the last 2 months, it was really, really bad. And all the signs turned out, when I read about the signs that I had in that, it was colon cancer. So what happened, I said to myself, well, it is what it is, and I knew it was pretty bad. So I said to myself, just I'll go as long as I can with it, and then if I need hospitalization at the end and whatever happens, I'll do it. But I was hoping it will go. So 1 month, full.
And just to correct something, these cosmic ray, it's not uranium units, it's Iranian units. Okay, so this is not an uranium, Mr. Keshe's work. They're not called uranium units. That's just the way it was picked up on the transcript.
On bleeding. There was no really pain, but it was just every time going to the restroom was just a real lot of blood. Second month, the same thing. And then that's when the transmutation test on the 24th happened. So I said to myself, 1 more month, if it happens, then I'll go and I'll have to go in. So, but I remember just before the 1 week before the transmutation test, I was getting very tired. So I was more tired than usual. So I knew the bleeding I was losing a lot of blood. Anyway, I did the transmutation test. So I think it was about the second hour, I felt myself just expand, like blow up and just expand, but it stayed there. And I can't remember how long I was there for, but it felt like I was there maybe 5 minutes, maybe more. And then the test ended in that. But what happened, I felt good. I went to sleep. When I woke up in this next morning, the bleeding completely stopped. And I was thinking, it's the first time in 2 months, maybe I was thinking, is it the transmutation test? Is it, this? And so the second day, third day, fourth day, nothing at all. Now it's been 12 days. My bleeding is completely stopped, like a miracle. Now, the next day when I woke up too, I was really energized and really happy. There was no bleeding for the next 3 days. Really, really happy, really energized, and really, really positive about, like, it was like a big breakthrough for me. I knew something about that test and how I expanded. To me, it felt like my soul expanded, and I was inside it. So because I was inside it, my soul was bringing everything into perfection, but my soul gave me more time. It's like I needed more time. My soul needed more time on earth to learn. So I'm not sure if it's completely gone or whatever. I had the cancer, but there's no blood at all. I feel perfect condition, very healthy. I've been going to the gym, and I'm actually doing more at the gym than what I was doing before. And I just like to say thank you, Mr. Keshe. That was a miracle for me. And the last few months it's been really hard. I've been going through a lot, and having to deal with that it was pretty messy. But I was amazed at how your technology works, and to hear it is a different thing, but to go through it and then to witness it and to feel it, and even when I go to the restroom now, there's still no blood, and I'm still amazed, to be honest, even though it's 12 days later. So thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for that.
You're welcome. I hope you find peace with it. And that's all that matters.
Okay. I understand.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
As you said, when I saw your graph in Manchester, it was clear you have a cancer. But we don't promote these kind of things even though it's there. But as I said,
you told me in a way, said, you actually said, do you have cancer, You said it that way.
Yeah, because we see things on the graphs when you work with it so long, you see things you understand. And as you explained with the expansion of the soul, you reach to repair the body the way the body wants to be, the way the structure is going to be. And this is we have proof of it. And you got to understand, on the 24th, we changed the system to what is now, and that's what we said, to expand the body to cover the physicality.
Okay.
Up to now, in transmutations, we always dealt with the soul. For the first time, we brought in the dimension of physicality into play by addition of new, what do you call it, positioning structure. And we expect to see this right across the world. This is why now the Wellness Center in Germany is running these tests, that if it is, we can help. But you have to be open to it, to accept it, to be there. I wish you all the best. And I hope it brings you peace.
Yeah, well, Mr. Keshe, like, honestly, for 2 months, I was really bleeding a lot. And I was not in any pain, but just seeing it and that, it makes you worry. And I was still doing things, you know, like normal things and that, but to do that transmutation test and the next day just stop, I was blown away. I was just, for once, I think, oh, maybe don't, you know, I was thinking to myself, oh, maybe it's just coincidence. But then the next day, nothing, and 12 days straight. Then, you know, then I realized the expansion and that, how I was in the middle of my soul, brought everything back to where my soul wanted it, to give me more time. So,
this is what always we said, when the man understands this whole expanding in all dimensions, not just going through your head, but expanding through physicality, it brings everything into balance. And you're one of the prime examples of it. But it's a development in technology now. As we said, the German Center is ready for this. Dr. Kern and the people who work with him will use this knowledge to help and to bring more support to those who want to support themselves.
Yeah, and it was amazing. It's I feel really good. My energy level and my confidence, it's really lifted me up. So, and I feel really balanced inside. And not only that, a couple of days later, I actually did the wellness program. It just came up by coincidence. So I did that too. And I feel really good when I did that. It even balanced me more out. And sort of.
Let's just take a quick look at the, if we can, at the wellness insurance. This is what Mr. Keshe is talking about here. Of course, it says in the store that it's limited availability. And if you go on the website, it says out of stock. So I'm not sure exactly, but this is what's coming again. Comprehensive wellness prevention for an individual, or comprehensive plasmatic effort compensation, comprehensive leisure and sports facility. These are all going to be developed in the future. They're in the early stages. Comprehensive communication facilities, we're talking about zero-time communication, not that you won't be able to speak anymore, but you'll be able to speak with words, and you'll also be able to feel emotions of others, and something we used to do thousands and thousands of years ago. Transmutation facilities, local, international, and space. Comprehensive energy program, physical energy, power and light. Comprehensive nourishment program. This is where you can feed yourself without eating. Very healthy. A comprehensive wellness program, prevention, enhancement, recovery. So these are all offered under this comprehensive universal plasma coverage insurance program. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe was referring to. Did you go through the wellness insurance?
Did you do that under the insurance policy, the wellness policy agreement, the second one?
Yeah, the wellness. I'm not sure. I did it with Dr. Kern.
Yeah, but it's part of the contract. You have 2 times a year to do the session.
That's right. Exactly right, yes.
Yeah, this is to guarantee wellness with the system. This is knowledge seekers who don't know or know. Keshe Foundations provides these policies that 2 times a year you join a session for these kind of conditions that you bring back. It's just that leveling everything inside.
And that's what I felt. I felt really balanced inside and in harmony once I finished that. And I was very lucky they both came together. Like I did the 24th, my bleeding completely stopped. And then a few days later, I was just very lucky that that came in. Mr. Kern said, "Oh, you're ready for that," and that came in. And I've just been really, really good, in perfect condition. Perfect. My health is perfect. Well,
Thank
I
you
feel
very
it's
much.
perfect anyway.
Thank you very much. I hope you
Awesome.
stay that way.
Yeah, I will. I will.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I understand. Thank you very much for coming in. That's
Thank you.
that's a live testimonial. I have to explain that the new Keshe Foundation technology expansion of knowledge is in line with what we said, that when you expand the soul in dimension of physicality, it's the job of the soul to feed and to put the physicality balance in position that the soul is happy with. And we've seen this is not, we try to keep away from these things and publicity or bring it out, but when individuals like explain it themselves, is the biggest testimonial for what it is and how technology is developed. Thank you very much. If you listen to what Nick said 2 years ago, what I told him in Manchester, and if you remember, in 2014 in the Sensano, I saw the behavior of the guy that said he's here to kill me. Again by the graphs. Then you understand, once man become knowledgeable how to understand the terms of use of these systems, understand how to interpret, you're more or less 100% on target. And you can, in a way, judge it yourself. And what will be, it'll be, it shall be. And it comes through the soul. It comes through the understanding, inner understanding inside. But you got to understand, the system is in Germany and Nick is in Australia, 10,000 miles away. And only using a headset. The type of evolution in science and technology has come.
So again, no medications, nothing else was used, overseen by doctors, and again, remote processing. So I put in the email for the Wellness Center. It's in Germany, this one. Again, you don't have to go to Germany to avail yourself of this entire process. It's all done remotely. And it doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 miles, 1 mile, 1,000,000 miles away. We can reach, as he said, this is these systems are able to reach man right across the universe. This is what he said about those stuck in the satellite up in space from NASA, that the Keshe Foundation is willing to help remotely. So this is a beautiful testimonial. Let's just finish it up.
And it's getting better because we understand more of it, and our team have to understand most of it, that the knowledge can expand. And we've seen this in many, many directions, and the new change in the structure of the system should give this kind of results to us all the time. Now we're supporting the soul and the physicality, and interesting, the day we did the change has brought the change. And the feeling that your soul has done the repair, this is where you have to believe it's the soul who feeds me. What should I kill? I need the energy. Why should I kill for it? I'm in danger physically inside. I've done damage. Why should I do it? The body repairs itself. Thank you very much. Any other question?
Okay, would anyone like to make any comments on this? And of course, this will be, I see your mic is open. Did you want to make a comment?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And again, this is what we've seen in keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, the growing of the teeth, the dissolving of stones in the kidney, all done remotely, rebuilding the wall of the heart of a baby. And of course, in China, I remember Mr. Keshe saying that the Chinese have on MRIs, I believe dialysis is being done plasmatically, or they recorded it being done plasmatically, and they also recorded the building the wall of the heart of the baby. So the Chinese have this fully documented, as I understand it. But again, it's just a transfer of energies, and when the soul is ready to move, it moves. And as we know, in these kind of conditions, when the soul does the work, there's no pain involved. He explained that quite thoroughly with the woman, you know, with the scoliosis, they're bent over. And if you tried to correct that in the matter state, you would break the back. But when it's done by the soul, the woman starts walking immediately straight up. And again, the doctors would say this is an impossibility, but yet we're seeing these impossibilities manifesting themselves through these energies. Anyone like to add anything? Okay, so we see energies and people being supported in Gaza, Nick as an individual. And now if we can go to the, well, I'm going to try and let's just see if we can, well, I think that's, let's just see if this is the right part. I know he was saying why some of you can't transmute. And part of it is we're in a way distracted through the brain. And again, we're just not talking about transmuting the physicality from one location to the other. We're talking about transmuting the fields for communication, transmuting fields for feeding, transmuting fields for wellness. All these can be done on your own. But of course, we need the training wheels in a way, just like with any sort of sport that you would play or any sort of profession you get into. There's some practice. There's some ways to become very proficient in this whole process. And this is what's happening. We're sort of training with these headphones and these other things to embed that understanding within the soul of the man. I can't seem to understand why the soul would forget it or not use it, but this is what's happening in these systems. Again, done remotely, without a medication, under supervision of doctors, and just through energies. And that's what let's just see what's next here. I wanted to cover again and have everyone see the similarity between what the aurora has done, what the transmutation has done, and also what we can do as far as using our energies or our aurora, if you collectively, to creating that dome of peace, which we'll get to. So let's see if we can, let's see, we're at 34 minutes. So we're going to back this up. And I think Mr. Keshe said something at the end of the teaching, again, regarding Nick. Let me just move this down a bit and see if we can pick up on that. Yeah, if we go to 344, we'll just do that for a moment and see if we can hear the last words, what Mr. Keshe was saying. It may start a little earlier.
But when you see the beauty of the space, if we make it compulsory in the next few months that all the world leaders have to go through, all the richest men have gone through a transmutation, and then, as I said in 24th, we dictate where you go, we send to planet Zeus, and there you're just a dust. When they come back, would they be still the same as they are, or they learn that they're actually nothing, all these things they do to each other? But the biggest problem is, would their soul allowed to go? That's their biggest problem, not ours. Their biggest problem. Because it's the same as the UFO, what we call the spaceships. Your soul has to be pure to be accepted by the soul of the system. It's not an engine anymore to run, and you're bored and you give a ticket. It's bought by your soul, not by your mind. Then you understand why the space is a place of peace, and man doesn't understand. There are no doors into these UFOs. You speak to our knowledge seekers who are building it, they tell you, you have no entrance. The only entrance, the only control comes through the peaceful in connection with the system. Those who are building the system, they tell you, they are in and out of it. They don't, the team working with them is in and out of it. They don't see. You bring a person with the wrong intention in that building, you will see how they get hammered with it. Then you understand the real dimension of the system. And it gives a false sense of security to our team. Because they're all peaceful. When you go into the labs, oh God, there is no animosity, there is no hardship that, you know, I'm better than this. They work, they all collectively do things, and they pass. And I was there very recently, and I looked. They don't see what I see, what I look for. And I said, do they know how pure soul they carry here? Because they're literally in tons and tons of, what do you call it? Magravs and gases and everything else. Whatever they had outside, it gets washed when they come inside. And you don't hear a mouse, but everybody does their job, and there's no position, and the position who I am is just target is to complete the system for flight, complete the technology. They're not knowledge seekers, but they're more knowledgeable than you knowledge seekers. But
And of course, this is, as I understand, how the research centers will operate. Even if scientists come from different parts of the world together in there, they leave their national flags outside the door. And the only winner in this whole process is peace. So the same as what's going on in the lab, where they all work together. They seem to know what they're doing in a way, very quiet. Any issues that they have are left outside with all the magrevs and everything else in the system. They come in washed, and they work together beautifully. Not that they understand every single thing that's going on there, but they do understand, it seems, more than the knowledge seekers understand. But this is part of this research process that's going to go on. And again, and the eventuality is that this technology will touch every aspect of our lives, from deodorant to medical to energy production to everything. Pet supplies, cosmetic lines. This is the eventuality of this. And of course, it's just to make a peaceful condition. This is what we heard, John, that there's peace in space. This is what he just said.
soul is touched, they're there. And when I was standing next to it, I said, I wish they knew what they're doing, how they're changing the course of humanity. And they're pure souls. They haven't come there by accident. We had one rogue guy, he kicked himself out with his own direction. And when you go into the labs, they build it with they don't even know about the teaching. They don't even come to any of teachings. They're not knowledge seekers, but they understand the essence of what is there to be done. The only thing, if you hear, is if a screwdriver drops on the floor. Because these are not there by accident, they're there by the choice of the soul. And it's amazing, they don't understand. If you bring somebody, a stranger, outside, they will not be able to walk even to when I tell people, don't let anybody in the lab, because I know the consequences of it. There are no doors into these spaceships. The only key is the dimension of the strength of the soul. You will understand, a lot of you will understand. And you cannot cover it up. You cannot touch it up. It has to be inside you, part of
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
it. Thank you very
Wonderful.
much.
Truly, thank you for the beauty.
Very
Thank you
much.
for your wonderful, beautiful soul. Really, thank you, Mr. Keshe. And for your humbleness and what you're doing for humanity and all the souls. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Any?
I just wanted to get to the part where he mentioned Nick again at the end here. Let's see. Yeah, right here. Okay, so we need to go to about a little before 344. We'll just move this up a little bit. Again, there's so much beauty in these workshops. I don't think we've fully, again, understood what's happening, but the team is beautiful. They're all working together. No one is above anyone else. They're working quietly, even though they don't fully understand, they're probably given something to accomplish and they accomplish it. And as he said, they haven't chosen themselves. The soul has chosen to put them there.
Brings it to point. Have I got to the end? Or is this what they think I got to the end? But we just started. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we meet each other next week. And those of you who want to participate on this Friday sessions of 20th, please complete it this week, because we have to organize everything in the background to get you in the groups. We already have 5 or 6 groups. It's very difficult, and we don't want large groups. Otherwise we have to split it in 2 or 3 days to do it, because as we heard from Nick, it will change you. The new system is there to change you. And those of you who have a battle with cancer, write to our wellness center. As you heard from Nick, the world has changed. Remotely does not matter where you are. Thank you very much, and see you next week.
Any comments from anyone? Anyone would like to say? And again, we've put in the link to the office. You can also contact the Keshe Foundation, and you'll get some sort of response from them. But I understand that they're handling all of these different cancers except the brain cancer at this point. And there's no blood test needed. So this can all be done remotely. And we hope you'll enjoy the beauty that Nick enjoyed in these sessions. Any thoughts from anyone? Alex? Anything you'd like to add? Let's go back, and now I'd like to, again, just, we saw energies being introduced into a human system and how changes it. Again, it doesn't happen all the time to everyone, but when the soul is ready to move, it moves. And this is what we go in these sessions for, and also to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Otherwise, none of this would reach the larger population, which is coming down the road, and it seems it's coming quite rapidly. When people find that they can avail themselves of this technology, again, without checking into the hospital, without using any chemicals or any medicines or anything else, this is going to become quite a popular way to handle emotions or conditions that are out of balance and put them back where they were. So I thought we'd, and again, I'm not sure if this is the part here. I didn't have quite enough time to prepare for this, but maybe this is where he was talking. Let's go to 33, maybe just back here, about more about the reason that some people can't transmute. And again, we've only thought of this as moving our physicality or moving ourselves in the dimension of energy, But the way I'm seeing it is transmute the fields for communication, transmute the fields for feeding, transmute the fields for wellness. And energy will be coming up as well, I think, in the future. That may be a bit harder to master, I'm not sure. But again, it's all working in the same sort of fields in the same sort of dimension. Working with the soul to bring that change within the physicality of the man, which we've never seen this on this planet before in this sort of operation, and remotely. It's not like you have to be there in front of the system. So again, advanced space technology in exchange for you pledging your nation to peace. So let's go back and see if we can catch up to this part about transmutation.
Side of your body, a dog box, something falls. On the floor. Somebody calls you. Now you understand. You're that caller. But this time, you know where you are. You control with the dimension of the fields. The outside call tells you where to go, how to do, and how to manifest yourself in that time or position. You all know this, or you most probably has experienced this. Most of you who go through 2 phases of resting during the night, you have 2 different dreams. What's the reason? And if you understand that reason, you understand the next step, why you as knowledge seekers are finding how to transmute. Let me explain it in a very simple system, in a very simple way, and then you find out, most of you, where you have failed to complete a transmutation. If you look at the structure of the body of the man and his brain, and this is your 2 ears, understanding the cycle of sleep of the man, that during the sleep, one side or the other rests. The interesting point is that when you go through the dimension of what we call transmutation, or the dimension of your sleep that you call it a dream, one of these sessions is weaker because it's on the repair, low level. High level can create a lot of problem. And the other side, part 2, is in a full active mode. So when you dream, you're actually traveling with the half of the brain. The other half is holding you back. That's why when the cat meows and the dog barks, you wake up. Because this chap is fully active. It's part of the protection we have created. Those of you who want to go through the transmutation, you have to make it both. That there is no physical attachment to bring you back. And this is why most of you have failed to complete a full transmutation. Because you stay always alert. The other half too is still on duty. And this is why most of you cannot transmute. This is why you still hear the cough of the guy who's in your team. That's why you get disturbed by it. And when you collectively, all number of you, manage to reach that point, we see a flatter spike. Because when we see, we've shown you this, if this is the central line of the graph, your soul stays close to it and flat. But what we see, you've seen before, we have shown you, we see this thing from you on a dimension of the physicality. When we run our reactors, when we run our flight system, when we are within the space of the plasma of the reactor, this is the characteristics we see. Flat line means total plasma cognition, means we are inside the soul structure. And as shown you before, we see the physicality jumping like mad in every dimension and position possible, as you see on the green line. And when it settles and becomes near enough, which means you're on the flight tape, you are on transmutation, which means the soul of the physicality and the physicality of the man and the soul of the man are all gone. It's flat. We are there. We can't do anything. You are not with us. You have bypassed the boundary of the physicality of your structure. Then at that point, we know we can tell you where to go through the soul of emotion. Then you understand why we use these graphs, why we operate with these things so closely, because we understand what it means to us. Not a flat green line which we've shown you, which is the dimension of interaction of the soul. It means you're already out. Why do we see the yellow line and the purple line fluctuating everywhere and sometimes then becoming to a very, very straight line, two of them parallel to each other? When we get this in the plasma condition, you mean you are not within the structure of this is the time when you can actually cut the position, increase the dimension of the soul of physicality into the dimension of the soul, and manifest yourself anywhere in the universe. When you look at the graph lines, because we start showing you these graph lines quite clearly in the past few sessions, is that when we see the change of the, what I call here, I use the brown line on the top. This is your soul still in control. When we see both on the same line, but the gray jumps up, means you're ready to manifest yourself in the position where you are. A lot of you, when you go through this session of transmission, you expect to find yourself in another position. I went there, blah, blah, blah. Don't go too far. When you start learning, do you try to do a marathon from the beginning to the end? No, you do 1 kilometer running, then you do 2 kilometers running. You build the stamina, you build the trust my physicality can take. Try to move from one chair to another. Try to move from one side of the room to another. Try to manifest yourself from one room in another. And then go for the long trips. You need to practice. And some of you knowledge seekers do. In the coming session of the September 20th, Write down all your illnesses. Write down all your fears. Write down all your addictions. Write down all your joys. Write down all your pleasures. Write down exactly what makes you tied up to this planet that you're.
Right. And only you would know these things. What are your addictions? What are your joys? What are your pleasures? Illnesses, and write them all down. Again, this is very interesting. At first, he said, we're going to show you pictures about where the groups can manifest themselves, but then he said try to then he must be talking later on, because if you're going to manifest yourself in the universe, it's probably not going to be with the physicality, it's going to be in the dimension of energy. So we're working with the soul at that point. Then he says later on, try to move yourself from one side of the room and manifest. So do something smaller, like one chair to another chair, and manifest the physicality in that. So in a way, they're working with the energy understanding, but also he's now, as he said, we brought in the physicality into the system now. That's why Nick saw, in a way, what he saw. As soon as they brought it in, there was a result with someone. So we're doing some big things on the energy level, but we're also trying to practice on the closer level. With the physicality, from one chair to another, from one side of the room to the other, maybe from the couch to the bed, as he said in the past, in the other teachings. Let's continue. Any thoughts or questions? Again, this is an open discussion, round table. We're all equal here. No soul has any advantage over the others. Okay, we continue.
Aware of it. And then come into the session. Mid-session, we stop the session and you go back and look at your list. Which one of them have you ticked? Yes, yes, yes. Which one of them have you ticked? No, no, no. Move to the other chair in the room and try to move back on the first chair to see if you manage to satisfy. You arrived, what was your wish? Now physically. Try to get physically that wish back to where it started. We control, you're the middle layer. Training you to transmute. Even up to now, you thought you transmuted. It was very easy, but you have to build it up. The trust in you that I can manifest myself from chair to chair. Write down all your illnesses. And after the session, check on that. Diabetic, dementia, pain in the arm, whatever. And monitor for 7 days. All your fears, monitor for 7 days. And then you understand the purpose of transmutation in a dimension of physicality of the mind. How much of your fears changes? How much of your physical problem changes? How much the pleasures you enjoy increases? Because the session of September, it's the next step in the dimension of increasing the trust in you with yourself. We are that middle layer to accommodate. In our systems, we accommodate that part. But gradually you learn. If you do this with sincerity, if you do this with that trust in yourself, you achieve it. If you remember, There is a video somewhere when we run these sessions in Austria, in Linz. We had a couple. One of them literally went from one system to one across the room because it was the room. I didn't have to go anywhere. And the couple felt and sat next to each other, with each other. That was because the other one who was scared didn't have to go anywhere, was in the room where they both felt safe. If you're a couple, try to see if you can feel each other, presence of each other, holding each other in transmutation time. This is the way the structure works. The way, as I said before, how you change things for yourself and not for us. This is the way, if you understood the totality, how the universe works. Man needs to become that universal entity. In the condition of the physicality, you have your 3 layers of skin, your outer skin, your middle skin, and you have your inner. Where inner is the representative of what inside needs. Outer is representative of what outside needs you to be part of us in your middle layer. In the dimension of man in transmutation, the physicality of the man sits here. The physicality of the soul of the man and the soul of the man. And inside is the creator. As long as you live and work as you do today, in this layer, you live a physical life. When you understand the emotion of the creation, the reason for man's being, you'll sit on this end. You'll understand how your emotion affects your physical existence, solar physicality. And when you understand how you convey and understand the world of creation of yourself, you come to this dimension. So you can travel from there to there directly. The inner circle, the inner ring, the inner part is the soul of the creation. But here is the soul of the man, the existence of physicality. There is no need for prophets because you're responsible for your own, has no what we call prophecy in it. The most important part in the whole lot is this section. If we can create that trust, if we can create that position in the sessions of the coming up, you learn more or less how to get in touch. And then, in the dimension of position and time, create that connection between the three. Now you understand why we created these sessions, why we brought this into this point. What is the purpose of the soul if it's just in there? It has to protect something. It has to be connected to something. And that connection, that what it protects in its totality, in essence, is the essence of the creation of the creator, which is within it. And once you get to this, once you understand this, you can manifest yourself anywhere in the universe at any point and place and position, because you'll be dealing with the center. As the creator manifests itself in any position that exists, all position dimensions. I made man in the image of myself because I am within the man itself. The fear of physicality we want to hang on to has kept us to this point we are today. With all the killing, with all the wars, with all the things we do, animosities and everything else, because we are not aware of this, what is inside us. We are always told this is a dream. And I showed you now the picture, how this is you, how this is the beginning, this is how you dictate the time, place, and position. Your dimension of existence, in the dimension of physicality, has been the barrier for man to understand he does not need jumbo jets, man does not need the rocket, the space technology, man doesn't need the rest of what is created in the dimension of physicality, because unfortunately you cannot bullet your physicality inside you to your soul. You have to understand it, you have to comprehend it. And then you have to understand what I told you from the beginning of the time of teaching, which has been, and if you understood it, as I said to you, the emotion, the soul of physicality. The soul, the emotion, what's within the soul is the same what is in with the dimension of physicality. And if you learn how to cross this two, you learn how to go from to. In the dimension of physicality, you get on a donkey. In the dimension of the energy, what we call the soul, you have the transportation, which is already laid out across the universe. You just need to jump on the track of it.
And this is what he was saying either before this or after this, how they're going to take over that middle layer, not you. They're going to control that middle layer, not you. So this is, in a way, pushing some sort of ability of the system to get into that middle layer and control it. And this will help, I think, again, in this transmutation process. But we're all learning. I haven't heard anyone who's managed to move from one chair to the other. Maybe they're keeping it in the background or something else, but this is what's happening. So again, this is what these sessions are all about. Learning the transmutation. As he said, they can take away the gas unit, they can take away something else, but they can't stop the transmutation once we learn it. And the other things will probably come later on. But this is the first step in breaking down the borders and moving into this one planet nation, so to speak. But this is part of taking over that middle layer between the inside and the outside. And there's some sort of major control in there that we need to learn, and perhaps them taking it over will allow us to experience that and then practice it. He said it's going to take quite a bit of practice. So this is about the transmutation. I wanted to, anyone have any thoughts or questions or comments they'd like to make? And again, I'm trying to emphasize in this workshop what we saw from the work of what the sun, the soul of the sun was doing to this earth. We heard the same with Nick's testimony, what the system transferred energies or enticed the soul in some shape or form to move. So again, it's just an energy transformation in a way, a giving of energy from one to the other, from the soul of the sun to the soul of this earth, from the system in Linz to Nick in Australia. And then we're going to use those same energies momentarily to create that dome of peace in the same way. Collectively, we become that aurora, if you want to call it that. but I thought I'd play a couple more clips. Alex, how are we doing? Are you ready to come in? We can postpone or we can continue on. Okay, let's continue on. He may be working on the presentation now. I think this is something we heard from Myrna's. It was one of the questions she had. So we're going to play this right now. Whoops. Again, this is what we're calling the purely Q&A mini series, trying to get clips where Mr. Keshe says any other questions, then they ask the question, and then he answers the question and then concludes with any other questions. Not all of them are like this, but we're going to try to cut out some of these Q&A sessions. As I said earlier, and Mr. Keshe has noted that sometimes we learn more from the Q&A session than we actually do from the teaching. But of course, that's individual and how you're receiving this knowledge. Same workshop.
So maybe the behavior of humans would change.
Should do.
Is it part of the plan of God?
These are the realities of the physical life. You can attach it to anything you like, but when you understand it, you understand our soul is a plasma as well, and because of these changes and energy, we will change. We have to change. We already received it because of such a huge amount of fields which has come to us, and we were rotating. We all received it. Every single living thing on this planet has been what I call magnetically elevated, put it that way. Would that bring us to become more knowledgeable? Are we ready to receive the new knowledge? Was this a coincidence, or was it to give a helping hand for bringing that position of peace? Does the sun have a soul and wanted to create that condition that his child does not suffer anymore, and he added to it? How do you want to read to it? I can bring it to you in 1,000 different ways.
Can we say the plan of God is to have peace and service everywhere?
God never created war. It's the man who has created it for himself to show his power. It's man's weakness, not God's hand. And it depends how you influence, how you can influence, how you can be there to influence. We are in a position, we can influence our child, we're in a position we can influence our workmates, we're in influence, we can influence a nation, we have an influence, we can change what happens on this planet. But that's how and the way it is. When I made my point clear to the Iranian leadership, we do not go to war, refrain from it. Talk. I invited the Iranian leadership back to talk to the Americans. When Ayatollah Khamenei came out with it, that ready to take revenge, revenge was in the benefit of no one for Iran. We would have lost everything. 2,500 years of what I call culture would have gone. These people are, they don't care where they drop the bombs. Isfahan, Takht Jamshid, anywhere else. We advise, we give from our soul, and we touch their soul. It's not just a word. And we see, step back, everybody was waiting Iran. And now you see in the next 6 months, 12 months, how we change the situation into, as I said, Iran will open an embassy in the United States in 2025. That's our wish and our hope that we achieve.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Becoming a man of peace needs a lot of patience. A man of war can press any button anytime. Any other question?
Okay. Any other questions from anyone, or would anyone like to make a comment? Okay, Alex says he needs another 40 minutes. He's having technical difficulties. Okay, I just saw that. Well, let's play our next clip again about the more on auroras and what's happening. Again, let's equate this to what the work we're doing with our own in creating this dome of peace. Energy from the sun affecting the earth, energy from the system affecting Nick, all remotely. And we can do the same with our energies and elevating the souls of the world leaders, religious leaders, and the rest. But let's go to our next clip, more on auroras. As he said, man will notice this in the next 200 to 500 years. I hope all of us will be here for that. But he also said in the next 10 or 15 years, you'll start seeing the psychology also change on this planet. Probably to all of us to become more peaceful in a way. But again, it's for you to discover this within yourself and then teach it to the others. I mean, until you've, and again, as Mr. Keshe said, you share what you think you understand, but it's mostly about ourselves finding this and then being able to explain it to the others. What works for you may not work for me. And the way I do it may not be exactly the way you need to do it because we're similar, but yet we're individuals and unique. So your experiences, my experiences may be different. And even with heaven and hell, he said, what's heaven to someone may be hell to someone else, and vice versa. So it's quite an individual process, but yet it's a collective process at the same time, as all the souls are equal. But let's go on to more about the aurora, just so we can understand this transfer of energies and what the sun got involved in, or the soul of the sun got involved in with this planet and with its inhabitants. The same with the system and the same with what we can do in creating that dome of peace. This is what I wanted to see if we could sort of point out today in a way to the others and to myself as well.
One of my wishes, one of my hopes is, and I'm watching it, what was downloaded, what was received by Earth last year in a direct contact. Up to now is pushing it away. That cuddle, that kiss, that connection for a short time had certain strength. Because don't forget, the atmosphere of the Earth still managed to handle the lower strings or other strings which was covering. In that period of time, even though it was handling it, couldn't handle the strong direct, which it literally came through. And when you receive that kind of energy, it has effects. Has it changed the psychology of the man, which we will see in the next 10, 20 years, 30 years? Has it changed the environment, this download of huge energy? The biggest thing which we have to watch, which I think is the major effect of it, within the next 200 to 500 years, we should see repositioning of the Earth. In a way, I explain to you very easy scientifically. You get a magnet and stick it on a metal and feel the strength of it. Take the magnet away and put it in the hot water or put it in a fire it, get a torch and fire at it for a few minutes. And try to put that magnet back on the same metal. You see it doesn't attach, it's gone, it's lost its power. Now, put the magnet back in one of these magnet machines and increase the voltage to 3000 volts, for example. I don't know if you know how they make magnet. And take that piece out again and stick it on the same metal. You see that the strength of it is much harder, much stronger than what you had originally, because it has been changed, more aligned fields. And so it's received more energy than what he had, even he lost some of it. It's exactly what happened to the Earth. We have received additional energy. additional energy in Keshe Foundation terminology, magnetic fields in motion. We have received huge amount of magnetic fields from the Earth directly absorbed in the polar system of the Earth on the north, which means the filtering has changed. If it's the south, absorption changes. If it's the north, it's filtering which changes. So how much energy has actually gone in and how much the filtering energy has changed? Would that affect what we've seen, the environmental immediate outside? We see changes. We clearly see changes due to this effect. But World of Science is not aware of it. If you knowledge seekers start going, ticking back, what things has happened since May of last year, April of last year, then you see things are different. The energy, internal energy has changed. The amount of energy Earth releases from North Pole has changed. This forces the South to pull more. This forces the internal structure to release more to compensate for what is coming too. So this is going to have an effect on us, 100%, 100%. The Earth condition will change because of this rapid, strong, what you call fields which we received.
And this is exactly what we're trying to do, creating the Dome of Peace, elevating the world leaders, elevating the world religious leaders, businessmen, and others. It's the same process, except this is a much bigger structure. As he said, if you don't understand it in micro, look in macro, and vice versa. If you don't understand it in macro, look in micro. But this is just the giving of your energies to the others for their elevation. Even if they elevate above your position, as he's often said, it's no problem. But this is the same process, and this is what I'm trying to show today, that the universe is working, we're working the same way the universe is working. And we don't have to speak to the man in the physicality or the leader. We don't have to meet with them in the physicality. We have this mother connection with everything.
And this is just coincidental. Just coincidental.
Yes. And there's a saying that at the judgment day, at the end of the time, symbolically, at this day there would be the horrible earthquakes which shattered the mountains and things like that. And does it have to do with the behavior of humans, regarding humans, animals, etc.?
Yes, it will change. It will change a lot of things. It will change a lot of things. But then, what does this new dimension will bring? A change of position. With that change of position, the rest of the satellites of the what do you call it, the solar system, have to adjust themselves to it. It will have a profound effect. Yes, it does.
So we have to wait for the harsh days in front of us?
Why harsh days but not beautiful days?
No, before it changes to beautiful.
No, not really. Look at the, you see, whatever happens, we have to compensate. Whatever happens. One of the most important things for me to watch with this is, would the degree of the angle of the Earth in next 100, 200 years changes more back to the center than flipping towards the 90 degrees. This could be one of the effects of this encounter. And with that, we will see changes in the equatorial line of the Earth.
Okay.
We see the changes. I was explaining this resend it to someone. Let me explain. Let me see if I have the picture, because this was part of another discussion. I have to check something if I have the picture. You will understand even how our deserts are, and if this line has changed because of the interaction, this will create a change for us, and would that bring new energies that we don't need to kill for, or to be part of the kill for.
Okay, he goes on in the workshop to show a picture of how Australia has moved from a certain position. I didn't quite understand that, but he's talking about the tilt of the Earth changing from maybe a 15-degree angle to more in a vertical position, and this is going to change. So the sun is actually getting involved in this whole process of elevating this planet, the soul of the sun. And again, is the soul of the sun any stronger or whatever than your soul? Maybe it's a little bit more mature, but as we understand, all souls are equal. Stronger just feeds the weaker. That's all it is. Now, Alex, let's see, how are you progressing? I thought maybe this could happen. So maybe we're going to go to, again, this paper that Mr. Keshe wrote on the creation of black holes. And what we'll do here is to show this paper. Let's see, the creation of black holes. This is the paper Mr. Keshe is going to talk about in this little excerpt here. Again, I'm just sort of pulling it up. I wasn't totally prepared for this, but maybe we can read through this paper. But this is what Stephen Hawking's grabbed onto, Stephen Hawking, and plagiarized this paper with the British Royal Astronomical Society, as I understand it. But this was the exact paper, and it's not I'm trying to work through this paper in a way, it's pretty plainly written, and maybe we'll just go through that until Alex is ready. But this is should be well known about what happened when Mr. Keshe submitted a paper. This is a story, many people know who Stephen Hawking is. Actually, Mr. Keshe showed a sort of a picture of him in the workshop and so on, but he's the premier space scientist, as I understand it. And this paper, or part of this paper, or maybe the paper was longer, is actually, when this scientist Hawking read it, it actually changed his understanding, or he became enlightened and then tried to plagiarize this paper to call it his own, that he now realized that things do escape from the black hole. And it's the same with the way the plates on this planet push against each other, and one goes other down and becomes lava, and maybe 1,000 years it gets to the center of the planet, and then it sort of come out as a volcano for new materials for this Earth and so on. So it's a very similar process to what the black hole is doing. But I thought this would be very good. But this is the paper that caused quite a bit of consternation, and then it was sort of pinched from Mr. Keshe, and then put his own name on it, and this was his understanding, and so Mr. Keshe withdrew his paper. But this is one of the premier, supposedly, quote unquote, premier scientists on this planet, reading the work of Mr. Keshe and then becoming enlightened by it, but not wanting to give any credit to Mr. Keshe as a scientist and as a bigger understanding of the totality of the universe. So perhaps we'll go there. And let's see here. I don't know how many times he mentions Hawking's. 13 times in this workshop. Let's just see if it's anywhere back here. No, it must be going forward. So let's start here if we can. I think everybody should be very familiar with this story. And again, We don't know all the details, but Mr. Keshe is just giving a general sort of overview about what happened to him when he submitted this paper. And again, the same goes for Einstein and others, where the Belgians and others in the United States, I'm sure, where we saw the water car and other things that they, in a way, shut it down and then steal this technology that someone has developing, and they get rid of scientists this way. Mr. Keshe withdrew his paper, and I don't think he ever resubmitted it. But let's go to 244 if we can. I'm going to have to. Anyone want to make any comments? Remember, Alex is working hard in the background to finish his presentation. We'll just move this over here for now, and we're going to go to about 244 in this workshop. Again, so much to understand. Let's see. Yeah, now, I think he does explain this a bit earlier. Okay, we're at 143. Let's see if we can go, maybe we should go to 143 then and come back to 244. Just let me check that 143. Okay, we'll just move this. I guess we're going to start somewhere around here. I think I'll back it up to about the 142 mark. And here's our, I think this is the picture Mr. Keshe showed. Maybe we should, I think I'm going to take it back even further. Okay, there. 135, so I need to go to 135. And this story is very good for all of us, I think, to understand and to be able to work through and to explain how this renowned physicist actually became a student of Mr. Keshe, even though unacknowledged, let's say. Oops, let me back this back to the 35 area. Yeah, okay. No problem. We'll work with it.
This is on internet. I don't know if it can be published, but it's on the internet. And if you read it, open the link, it tells you Stephen Hawking.
I'm going to bring it back.
University. I want to give a lecture in Leuven University, and they gave him 24th, 25th, 26th. He comes to Belgium, and on 25th he presents his speech. He wants to give a new talk. The title of his speech was "The Origin of Universe." I give you the link. You can post it. A lot of you can go and see how devious the Belgians and Hawking are. Oh, he's dead anyway. And then you understand how these things are set up, how fallacies are changed. Stephen Hawking did nothing but, what do you call it, following Keshe Foundation. He sat with all the teachings like you from 2010. And he gathered the.
Again, it's not only Stephen Hawking. I'm sure there's many premier scientists, as Mr. Keshe said, that the one that received the Nobel Prize, they have it documented how many times he was on a certain area of the website and actually took some information, very similar to this scientist who's working on the star formation, doesn't understand it with the military complex in the United States. We know former President Obama listens, Elon Musk listens. I'm sure the Chinese team of scientists also listens. The Japanese are listening. So Mr. Keshe has a lot of students in the background, a very, very high ranking in the scientific and probably medical communities as well, but all goes unacknowledged. Any thoughts, any comments anyone would like to make? Otherwise, we'll go through this and take a quick look at the paper. We'll put it in the chat for others to read and to go through it. It's not so difficult. As Mr. Keshe said, he likes to write it in very plain, understandable, that the man on the street can understand it. And of course, they wanted him to make it very scientific and very complicated. So anyone reading these papers like Einstein or anyone else wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it. But Mr. Keshe said, no, he wanted it delivered in the way he wanted it delivered so that everyone can understand it.
Knowledge, and he gave 2 or 3 lectures, which is copy of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, but he changed it to his name. I send you, I send Rick, you can post it, you can go. This is a public knowledge about Stephen Hawking giving a lecture. Rick, you can put this up, they can see. In Leuven University on the 25th. And I give you the link on the Rick, I posted it for you. You see how devious this guy has been. One of the most devious scientists we ever knew. And if he's done this to us, imagine how many things he's stolen from other knowledge seekers around the world.
So just because someone is in a wheelchair, you may not notice how devious they could be. I know Stephen Hawking had some sort of condition. I'm not sure what it was, but it resigned him to limiting his speech. I don't know if that was the, what is the one where the muscles sort of atrophy? I think it was the 2 brothers test that Mr. Keshe was working on. I can't think of the name of the condition. But again, Mr. Keshe even offered Stephen Hawking the help the same way he did with Dirk Laurensens, but both seem to be too proud to accept any assistance from the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe.
Other scientist. His name will be shamed too. This is on internet. I don't know if it can be published, but it's on the internet. And if you read it, open the link, it tells you Stephen Hawking giving a lecture 2015 in Leuven, and I put a second link on, which he actually, title of his speech is The Origin of the Universe, the title of the book. And then we realized why Leuven University on Friday was taking all our signs off. And this is KB Leuven University talk, and the title of his speech is The Origin of the Universe. You can see the title. And
of course, isn't that book number 3, The Origin of the Universe? Book number 1 is The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. The book number 2 is The Structure of Light. And the book number 3 is The Origin of the Universe. So Mr. Hawking's titled his paper very same. Not that that is patented or anything, but again, the knowledge within the paper was stolen.
this is how these misguided people who brought up have done this around, and they created so much problem for the world of science. Why did the British bring Stephen Hawking to the front? He's dumb, he's deaf, he cannot say anything, so we can build him what we like. Because the American had the Einstein. You understand? So,
yeah.
And then he went to give other lectures, copy of the Keshe Foundation teaching. First of all, he took the black hole paper and he went to Dublin. He became so there because he couldn't find out. I mean, he could cover everything up. He came close to the home to give a lecture on the same title. I can do what I like. I'm a crooked bastard. And this is the way they work. And now you see in public how these people are. Stephen Hawking, wherever he came up with a new knowledge, is stole from somebody. Einstein did the same.
Really?
Yes. Einstein took a lot of knowledge from the people who said they went to discuss with him, And then he took, there's a number of things you can find out Einstein's not his.
Wow.
Look at the last 2-3 lectures of Stephen Hawking, and knowledge seekers go back 4 or 5 months before that lecture, listen to the Keshe Foundation teaching. The cycle of the creation in the universe, isn't it what we thought in those days?
Didn't Einstein have access to all the patents? That was part of his job, was scrutinizing patents, and so he would borrow some of his ideas through that means.
He didn't borrow, he took it from the people and he rejected the patents.
Yes.
Wow.
It would be more in the line of stealing than borrowing in that case.
Exactly like a Stephen Hawking.
Why was there no legal action taken against him?
We said the book, if you read book number 2, on the front where the creation of black hole is, we sent the book to his lawyer and his office. Cambridge was ashamed to have this coming in public. The world of science, scientists around him, he was one of the most despised people in the university. When I went to Cambridge to meet him, somebody used the word thief of Baghdad. He said there is no difference between him and what they call thief of Baghdad. Many scientists in Cambridge left because of him.
Wow.
I don't know if you know it or not, but
Anyone can tell us what this meaning is, the thief of Baghdad? Just so we'll have a deeper understanding. I'm sure there's a lot of thieves in every town and every community, but why was he referred to as the thief of Baghdad when he was in London and the rest? I'm not familiar with that story. Anyone who'd like to share that? If not,
Maybe to do with Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
I don't know. Don't know. How are we faring, Alex?
Well, I have the difficulty corrected, and so yes, I'm able to use the computer again.
Okay.
But
let's finish this up. We'll do the Dome of Peace, and then the rest will be yours.
It should work.
Or ours. John?
Yeah, the book was Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
Alibaba?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever read that. I don't know the history. I've heard the phrase before, but I'm not familiar with it. Let's continue. And I think this is a story we should all be familiar with, whether you're talking to scientific people or not. I was always amazed that this guy, I've seen him when I was younger on television or on scientific shows, and he couldn't talk really well. And then I think he got some sort of talking assistant in a way, like something with a computer where he was able to speak. It always sounded kind of, again, electronic, his voice and the rest of this, but they helped him to be able to communicate. I know Mr. Keshe offered to help him as well, but I guess his pride wouldn't allow it. The same with Dirk.
Well, I'm sure Jack,
Sorry?
I'm sure Jack Ma knows the story.
Okay. I'm not Jack Ma?
Yeah.
I don't know Jack.
The founder of Alibaba,
okay. The website, like Alibaba Express, I think we have here.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I think he was, they clipped his wings, didn't they? This guy, Jack? I think the Chinese did something. They sort of clipped his wings in a way. I don't know what the reason was. Again, there's so many things in the public that were given as reasons and excuses, but then there's, of course, what the real story is in the background or in private.
Einstein now is held by an Iranian physicist.
That's good.
And he is now one of those what they call, they're promoting a lot about him. And it's the same right across. In the past few months, I had by coincidence, total by coincidence, came across a guy who said he is connected to a guy or his partner with a guy who has won a Nobel Prize, which is part of the Keshe Foundation work. And I said to the guy, this is our job, and we have all the details, references. The guy's been on the website and done that, and for it he gets a Nobel Prize. We asked to meet him, and when he found out, he refused any contacts.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier about this fella who won the Nobel Prize, went on the website, studied some of the thing, and apparently he developed something. Again, the Nobel Prize is probably very political and so on and so forth, but if you go on the Keshe Foundation website, realize that your IP address and everything else is being recorded. So when you go and say and claim this as your own, and they see you've spent days or weeks reviewing or studying a certain aspect that's on the Keshe Foundation and then get a Nobel Prize for it, I think the link is quite clear where you've gotten your understanding from. That's what we saw with this scientist who's trying to, or has patented the star formation, because he said the other scientists, namely Mr. Keshe, didn't want to patent it.
So what the scientists do, how they put in, it has to be, what do you call it, people like this, it has to be taken with a pinch of salt. Stephen Hawking from 2004 spent all his time and life more or less around what he learned, and he found out that whatever it is, he covered himself with a shirt, but you see this is on there. The presentation of the Keshe Foundation is on 21st of October, and Friday in Leuven University. He appears on the 25th giving a lecture on the same title. You got the book and you see the title. This is from Leuven University website. The guy is a crook. The face goes with the action exactly the same. Any other question?
Okay, so let's take that paper of the black holes, and you can find it on the Keshe Foundation wiki. We're going to copy this, and we're going to enter it into the chat for everyone else. You can just click on that link, copy it, and read through it. It's very simple. Alex seems to be ready, but let's do our Dome of Peace for a few minutes and move on to the part of the teaching that everyone's been waiting for. Okay. I'm not sure if I centered the other one, but let's go ahead. This is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace on this planet, which you can all participate in. And actually, it's a test for humanity to participate in it. As Mr. Keshe said, the universal community or himself could snap his fingers and we'd have a permanent peaceful condition. But he said if they do that, we'd never keep it. So this is a test for humanity in a way to bring us, by each and every one of us participating in this process. Yes, the whole world isn't participating in it now, but over time, again, it seems like we have a lot of time to notice these changes, but they will. But this is the first step of what we call creating the Dome of Peace, releasing GAN's waters, these little suns. This is, in a way, the way you take over a planet, and the GANs knows what to do, where to go, and to bring balance. He also said it's will connect the wellness centers together. So you're doing multitask in a way by putting good emotions of peace and calmness and the rest of this into your GANs as you release it into streams, rivers, waters, on the land, wherever you'd like to, again, release it, because it knows where to go and it knows what to do. It has quite a high level of intelligence, as I understand it. But this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, and we'll hear from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, again, something for the physicality to do. And let's see, this is a little background. The Brazilian team has shared with us every Sunday, 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m. You can release plasma water. If you're not sure how to make it, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki or contact one of the other knowledge seekers, put good intentions, and just release it. It can go down the toilet, down the drains. It'll find its position, and it knows how to bring balance. And this is what the GANS is doing, as I understand it, and connecting the wellness centers, as I said. So this is something for the physicality to do. And you can join all of us together on Sunday. You choose the time, or you can choose both times. And don't, of course, limit it to just Sunday. You can spray and release GANS waters anytime you like. The Chinese have been doing it for decades, as I understand it. Okay. And let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and we'll hear from Shweta here. And this, of course, is using the power of the soul. And this is what we were talking about. The sun used its power to send some energies to the earth, which is going to make the changes. The wellness centers have used their energies to bring changes to Nick and many, many others. I'm sure there's many more testimonials in the background that haven't come out into the public. And in a way, it's the way we learn to use our energies to elevate those who are in need. For example, the world leaders, the religious leaders, people working for peace in Vienna, and the rest. We'll get to that momentarily. But this is the second step. So you can use something, use your physicality for, and you can also use your energies or your power of the center energies of your structure.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe, suggest we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Thank you very much, Sweta, for sharing that. This is another background. You can join a meeting on Telegram or on the Keshe Brazil _Brazil and meet in a formal meeting. I think the Wednesday session is at 6 p.m. Yes, here is the Wednesday session at 6 p.m. And if you'd like to meet for daily intentions, again, this program is maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes, depending on how much interaction there was. A lot of moments of silence using the power of the soul to bring the change. And of course, we also have the invitation from the Universal Council. So the process that we're going to do is replicated every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summer Time for the elevation of all souls. And you can join the Universal. This is not a formal meeting. There's no Telegram or YouTube or Zoom channel, but it's just up to you to meet at that time, spend a nanosecond, spend whatever you'd like. And then again, extend it to twice a day or 3 times a day, or whenever a world leader's image or you hear their name, add some of your energies to touch their soul in a way. We're not elevating the man, we're elevating the soul of the man. And of course, it's reaching, as Mr. Keshe has told us, these political people are more or less spokesmen. And through them, we're reaching the people who operate behind the curtain or behind the scenes and finance these sort of wars and all the atrocities that we're seeing. So again, we're not punishing, we're elevating to the point where they don't even remember they can do such a thing. But again, this is not a day job. This is not something you put the muffins in the oven and 45 minutes, everything is done. This is going to take quite a bit of work. But with the help of the sun and the other energies in the universe, as well as the universal community and knowledge seekers who are becoming aware, this process will see its completion in a much shorter time, I think, than anyone could have thought it would take place. So we just want to thank the Brazilian team for seeing this through. And you can participate as you choose. Again, being a multitasker, you can be doing 2 things at the same time. You may be at your desk at work, or you may be changing the baby or mowing the lawn or whatever. But the reason for the times is because collectively we're stronger. We're creating a bouquet of fields in a way, almost like what we call that aurora. With so many different energies, we're pushing back their magnetical field and of the ones we're touching. And again, we're not forcing it, we're making fields available. And this whole process, again, is not only bringing the peace and joining with the universal community, but it's learning how to operate in this dimension of energy where you won't give or take any physicality, but you'll just give or take fields or energies. So we're learning to work in this manner. Let me just bring up the 5 minutes of silence if I can. We're just going to take 2.5 minutes if we could at this point in time. And again, the Brazilian team has not missed a day. They've been faithfully carrying out this mission, which Mr. Keshe given about the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, which as of last week or the week before, the teams are back at the table. This has been a long process, probably 4 years. I think this all started in 2020, but now they're back at the table to get some of the T's crossed and the I's dotted, or whatever was holding these negotiations back. So also the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, they're probably leading these negotiations or part of these negotiations. All souls working for peace in Vienna. This is where they're taking place. Not only are countries there, but they have quite large entourages, if you put it that way, with them, support people and others who are part. So we're all souls working for peace in Vienna. The soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. Anyone want to make any comments? Or was there something else I wanted to show? Okay, let's just take 2.5 minutes. And again, we're using the power collectively of our energies or our fields and creating in a way an aurora that we will touch these people and the people who are operating behind them in a way, the puppet masters. We know the political people are basically created spokesmen, and we're touching them, but we're also touching the people behind them. And this is why it works so beautifully. We couldn't get an audience in the matter state. We couldn't talk to them physically, but we have the mother connection through the soul of the creator, which every entity, whether it has a physicality or it has a dimension of energy, has a soul or an energy center. And that energy center is built upon the energy of the creator. It's built above and on top of the soul of the creator. So this is where that mother connection comes in. So every day you can join in this process. Again, 1 nanosecond doesn't cost a penny, doesn't cost any time at all, but it's bringing the change, and not through the physicality, but through the dimension of energy. The same what the sun is doing, the same what the system in Linz is doing to people who listen to the headphones. And this is what we're doing every day to elevate the others into and this planet into a permanent, peaceful condition. So let us take 2.5 minutes and start now. And this is how easy the process is. Thank you for your continued participation in this process. As I said, you don't have to dress up, you don't have to look well, you don't have to have $1 million in your pocket to get an audience. You can touch the other souls in a way, just through your soul. I was going to play Learn How to Pray Through Your Soul, which is in the end of the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You may want to review that, and you'll get, again, some inside tips on how to work through this process, even to elevate your own soul. You can touch any soul you'd like and communicate with them as well. Okay, enough. Let's, anyone have anything they want to say before we go to Alex? I know he's been waiting patiently. Sorry for the delay, but hopefully we covered what you needed to get done there in the background, Alex. Thank you. And another master class is about to be delivered through Alex Skoric. Thank you, Alex. Would you like to take the screen and play the disclaimer?
And thank you very much, Mark. So, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for bringing us this far, Mark, and chipping in for the advanced computer delays. And let's get rid of this business that we have to do because it's an important part of the presentation. So please stand by. And do make yourself an extra strong cup of coffee. It's going to be a wild ride today.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. This is a very important session. It's third in the week. We start on Thursdays with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And then, of course, we have the Brazilian presentation from that powerful Brazilian team. And then we follow up with this show, which is involving, on this panel, we have representation pretty much from all of the continents, and which is really wonderful to see. So we don't want to disappoint. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're discussing basic transmutation. Today's subject is calendar. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is September the 8th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So here we are stuck on this hesitancy highway, and we're really having it rubbed in our faces that this is the lowest energy state. And we always say that life is a hard road to hoe. And what's our position in space? Are we a litter bug? Or is space littered with calendars. And we touched on this subject before, but we're going to get into it a little deeper today because we're searching for outer space. And all we see is a trail of garbage down the plasma highway to our pie in the sky. And it's always that little piece of pie, isn't it? And why are we always satisfied with that little piece of pie? So maybe today we're going to have a few more pies. We're discussing the plasma science as presented by Marian Tavakoli Keshe, outlined in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. This is a very important matter. And from there, we have book number 2, The Structure of the Light. It's very important to know how to build the structure of light. And then, of course, there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And for many people, well, does that really matter? Or are there more important things? So we find that there are more important things because for 342 weeks in a row, Rick Crammon and the Universal Council have brought forward the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And why is that important? Because that is the ticket to outer space. And in outer space, we find that there are a whole different set of rules. And so they involve maybe many more commandments than we were brought up with. And that may be shocking to a lot of people. I know it was shocking to me. But that is the entrance to the plasma highway. And we're not near that entrance, really. We're just, approaching it because we're still on the transmission highway. And the transmission highway, of course, involves frequency. But we've been moving along the transition highway. And now we're getting into the basic transmutation highway. And that's what we're discussing today, because when you discuss speed, we discuss distance and time. And when we discuss calendars, we seem to also discuss distance and time. And distance and time don't really play on the transmutation highway. So where is the problem? And so it seems to be that it's our understanding of the Magrath pie chart. There's that little pie again. And we find that the speed of light is a constant transmission, but it has a variable transition. So is the speed of light, as we know, just a part of the pie? And then many people say that the universe is 99% hydrogen, which kind of implies that the rest is just garbage, isn't it? And so this becomes that conflict, and we always have this conflict between affinity and prejudice. And that's why maybe we're always asking, where am I? And so when we look at the terminology as we've gone through a transition, and we discussed the 3 dimensions of transmission, and we went through the transition dimensions, of which there are 3 dimensions, I think you could see where this is going, because we're just discussing the x-axis transmutation dimension, because that is getting us into the spherical reference, and that is the medium. That's not the message, though. The message rides on the medium, and so we see the surface to volume ratios and how it affects us mathematically. So if we go to the surface of the sphere and compare it to the volume of the sphere, we find that there's a synergy developed when you take one and you add another one, not necessarily the same one, and you have more than 2. And the reason you have more than 2 is because you still have the one, and you have another one, and then you have the answer. And so this becomes a balanced equation. And in that balanced equation, we have 3 feedback dimensions. And we're none of those dimensions. We're just the observer, or sometimes the fudger. And what do we fudge? Well, maybe we fudge the math. Maybe we fudge the understanding. Maybe we fudge the calendars. And And we can do this because we are in a different dimension. And so we had a good taste of this with the cups of life, because we had to create not the cups of the pandemic, but the cups of life, because that's what we see. We have different dimensions. We had the physical state of the components, and then we had the nanocoating process, and through that we created gas as a nanosolid, and we had emotional GANs and we had physical GANs. And so we called the emotional one the first cup and the physical cup the second cup. And when we put the two together, other things happen. And then we can change the components and still get other things to happen. So if we find a basic gamut of gases, such as carbon dioxide, calcium, zinc GANs, copper GANs, gold GANs, and of course amino acid GANs in a GANs state and water in a GANs state. So different from the physical state that we are used to, because they represent another convergence of susceptibility of the matter-gen state involving what we call MAGRAV energy transfer states. And of course, due to the conservation of energy, not only does one side of the energy match the other side of the energy to balance things out, but as we go from the atomic state to the nano state to the GAN state, the balance of the conservation of energy remains intact, despite the fact that the elevation from one state to another state involves an increase in that field strength by an order of magnitude. And that becomes quite significant when we start to understand that we as a humanity have an abundant energy source within us, and we don't walk around with an electric cord. And not only that, but neither does the Earth walk around with an electric cord. Not only that, it doesn't even have any rockets or motors to move it around, but we are able to create all of these details of our Earth space, and they're represented in the periodic table of elements. And there's many more elements that are shown than are shown here, but what are shown here are the fundamental elements of the amino acid, the emotion and the physical connection to copper and zinc, the iron, the connection to the earth, and of course the silicon, the connection to the earth, and then of course the sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium, which are the environmental components that are necessary to exchange energy in the transfer state. And of course the one that we all want, well, we want gold, don't we? And what will we do with it? So what we need to understand is that if we take a frozen GANs ball and put it in the middle of a cup of water and then freeze it, we could see the pattern of energy developed. An artist would be quite proud if you could draw a picture like that. I know I can't. There are many skilled artists out there, but the frozen GANs ball is a brilliant artist. It shows you the gravitational core, and of course the cornerstones of the GANs. Well, there aren't any cornerstones because the GANs field is round. And from that emanate magnetical hair-like lines. And these are nanotubes because these lines are hollow. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that the same way the Earth's crust is formed, with emanating hair-like lines of nanotubes that are hollow? And then, of course, how did the Earth get here? Because the Earth had to be here before we got here. So before we discuss how we got here, wouldn't it be nice to know how the Earth got here? And we do know that the Earth is here because we have the gravitational confirmation of its arrival. And the fundamental component, as we say, 99% of the universe is hydrogen. And we know it's hydrogen because it has a unique fingerprint, but this fingerprint manifests itself in color, and not one color, but a spectrum of colors. And this spectrum of colors is a combination of colors which is specific to hydrogen. So we can determine, based on this spectrum, where hydrogen is on this earth or any other place in the universe. And then wherever that is another gravitational confirmation. So there is a here and there's also a here. And so when we look at what it means on this planet, because hydrogen is a key component of water, well, so we have the potentiation of hydrogen, which we call pH. And what that does is it identifies alkalinity or acidity of the water. But what we have to understand is that the pH of 7 could be acidic and the pH of 7 could be alkaline. And so the components of the water in terms of pH always total 14 in their natural state, in their natural physical state. So a pH of 7 acidic and a pH of 7 alkaline is 14, but a pH of 6 acidic and a pH of 8 is also 14. And 5 and 9 is 14, and 4 and 10 is 14. So we have different potentiation layers. And so this facilitates the y-axis transition. And so we can see the pH zipper and how it's manifest. And then we can see that there's a balance on both sides. And this is kind of important because we have to understand that everything in between is a susceptibility that ranges from what we call acid forming to alkaline forming and back again. And so this oscillates between the unstable and stable characteristics of the simple and complex structures that represent the potentiation of balance. And when we say the potentiation of balance, well, that includes us. We are here, and that's our gravitational confirmation. So this is really good. We have the confirmation of the Earth, we have the confirmation of the hydrogen, and we have the confirmation of our physicality. And what's the source? Well, I wonder. We do know that the Earth is rotating, and so through its rotating field, it creates this x-axis dimension, and then through the polarity, it creates this y-axis dimension, and then through the interdependence between the two axes, it creates the z-axis dimension. And so we can identify all of these axes by planes, but coming together, it creates a sphere. And so this sphere can be represented as a density transition balancing. And it goes down to the beyond the microscopic. It goes to the nanoscopic. Actually, it even goes beyond that, down to the picoscopic. And so how far down does it really go? So when we're talking about the creation of the universe, we have to see that from the physicality, we have to get into, which is the lowest energy state, into the highest energy state. And the reason for that is because that's fundamental to the creation of the universe. So the energy is always positive. So since the energy is always in motion, the charge represents the direction of the motion. And if there's a direction of motion, then something has to work in combination with another. Well, we don't know on which side, depending on the direction, but there has to be a connector, and this is where the structure of the light comes in. So we just assume that the structure of light is what we see in our physicality, coming from here to there. But when we're looking at the energy, it can go in different energy states and still maintain its balanced position, because the energy is actually packed and it's put in a parcel, and that parcel is a field, and that field goes in two directions. So those two directions represent the negative giving and the positive taking. But there are also two aspects to that, insofar as giving and taking from yourself creates a binding energy, but giving and taking from others creates a flowing energy. And so the negative charge principle shows that we can give and take. And so that giving and taking represents a feeding and a feedback. And as the last man standing, because you're the binding energy and you have to have a binding energy in order to be you. So we have the capability to turn on and turn off the feeding of this energy. And in that process, we can either increase or decrease the strength. The net result, of course, is that we can enhance or diminish our positioning. But it's not to say that we can enhance or diminish our position in terms of equality. It's a matter of representation in terms of strength and weakness, and understanding that in the universal law, the stronger feeds the weaker. And for a lot of people, that's hard to understand. But if we look at water as an energy parceling unit, we see that it's a combination of hydrogen and oxygen, and it is a maggrav and it is round, but clearly there seems to be an unbalance. And if it seems to be unbalanced because the hydrogen has a mass of 1 and the oxygen has a mass of 8, well, wait a second. That's not balanced. And because of this characteristic, there's another balancing aspect of it. And so the hydrogen can be sheared off and becomes a universal solvent where it's able to facilitate balancing. And it plays into this energy being always in motion. And so we can cross over, we can deflect, or we can twist. And in the process of twisting, we can tighten, coil it, even create a tunnel. And so this changes the conformity. And these are all different energy packs. And they come in different parcels. And they come with different characteristics. And these characteristics go through a variety of energy states. And when we talk about the principal matter, the PM ticks, which are magnetical, these are energy packs in motion. And when they come together with a common denominator, they dilute and create a maggrav condition, which involves the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen. And all of that converges and goes through a plasmagen conversion, which means to say that it can be as a plasmatic maggrav, or it can be a physical maggrav. The maggrav, in either case, becomes an inertia field, which is a representation of the field interaction of all of these forces coming together in a maggrav state. But the principal interaction is a two-way street. So as we said, it could be a binding and it could be a flowing. And in the binding process, it could be doing a transmission to the flowing. And the flowing could be doing a transition to the binding. And so you can pick your mode of travel. The point is that when two forces come together, you have the beginnings of the two dimensions. But when we think about it, two forces coming together, well, that's a point of conflict, isn't it? But in the plasma state, it's not a point of conflict, it's a point of conflict resolution, because that point becomes a point of containment. And there's a criteria for that point of containment, and that has to do with a common denominator. So we as humans need to have this energy binding, and it provides a very self-serving provision for us. And of course, we get that energy from the universe. So it's confounding to understand why we resort to stealing it at the expense of others. And in order to be great thieves, we have to sometimes resort to lying, cheating, and even killing, all violations of universal law. So we find that that does not go with the work of the basic plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. It becomes a conflict point in this binding zone, because whoever wants the binding is needing it for their own binding purposes. And it really makes it difficult when someone else is stealing from you. And so we find that this becomes a domino effect. And as such, it gives us a different point of view on our history, but it doesn't explain the field capture, which we see when we get the x-axis transition and the y-axis transition coming together with the z-axis transition, which is amalgamation of all these three dimensions. And so we go from a two-dimensional structure to a three-dimensional sphere. And this is constantly moving. And so then the question becomes is, what is the difference in the position? Because we've created a Magravh condition from the energy that's in motion, but now the Magravh condition is in motion. Excuse me. So the principal matter still keeps coming and still is bringing and converging in a Magravh condition. And so each energy level is within itself a Magravh. So the combination of the Magravs becomes a Magravh. And so how do we make that connection? And we find that there isn't just one energy pack, because we're complex. And so each complexity has to have an energy pack. Excuse me one moment. One more. Thank you very much. I had to get into some of that strong coffee. So in order for this energy that is coming in to have different characteristics, it has to have a different path. Because along that path, they pick up the energies, different energies. And do we specify the source? And do we specify the path? So, if you're leaving home in your car and you're going to work, you specify the source, don't you? You're leaving home. Do you know the path? Well, the path you took yesterday may be blocked due to construction today. You'll have to choose another path. Has your source changed? Well, no, you're still leaving home. What about your destination? Well, you're still going to work. Because the path changes, does that mean you change your place of work? So we have a lot to ponder, because what we're seeing is we're seeing what we call form artifacts. And so these are art forms. They're a representation of what is happening. Some of it, what is happening, is in our philosophy. Some of it is in our mind. And some of it is in our pondering of our existence. But are we doing enough pondering? Because many of us still have the question of what is the source? And so that's what we're constantly looking for, isn't it? We're looking for the source, because the fundamental source, of course, is our binding energy. And of course, we use sugar to do that binding energy. And it's because of the flip-flopping between the hexagonal gravitational form and the pentagonal magnetical form that we create this twisting susceptibility. And this is important, because otherwise we're just chasing our tail, aren't we? Because there's always the giving and the taking, giving from yourself and taking from yourself. And we get nowhere. But when we start to do the spiral of growth and we see the manifestation that comes from the coiling, the reason for the coiling is because there's motion along the transmission line. But that transmission line goes in multiple dimensions. And so the growing goes in multiple dimensions. So we have the creation of the sphere in 3 dimensions, but that sphere, in terms of its growth, is variable. And in that process, we create what we call the star formation, as we found out the carbon is a cornerstone for that star formation, because it's connected to the source. And that source, of course, allows us to get into the folding deviation, where we convert the amino acid into protein. And when we see the affinity between the solar system and the human body, and we see there's a lot of complementarity and common denominators, and then we see the calendar deviation. In most languages, Sept is 7, Octo is 8, Novo is 9, and Deca is 10. And yet they refer to the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th month respectively. And we've kind of allowed that to happen for many, many years. So if you're learning how to count, this is kind of confusing, but thanks to Mr. Julius Augustus, we have 2 more months stuck in the calendar. And so that gives us 12 months. So, of course, when you're talking about equality, we all know that Leo the lion is the king of the jungle. And of course, kings are more equal than others. And so when we recall the discussion earlier that we had with regards to the Sphinx, and it's known as the oldest known monumental sculpture in Egypt, the oldest one, most recognizable. And archaeological evidence suggests that it was created from 2558 BC to 2532 BC. But of course, that wasn't on Earth. So what about the stars? And so doing a quick scan on the internet, we find that the current stuff that's being written on the internet says that it is the Lord who created the stars, the Pleiades, and Orion. He turns darkness into morning and day into night, when he draws up water from the oceans and pours it down as rain on the land. The Lord is his name. And the ancient Greeks thought that an arrangement of stars in the sky looked like a giant hunter with a sword attached to his belt, so they named it after a famous hunter in their mythology, Orion. It's one of the most recognizable constellations in the night sky and can be seen from around the world. And isn't it interesting? Orion's belt was formed in 2450 BC, which is what archaeologists adopted as the era to build the pyramids. But, you know, the Nile River parallels the Milky Way, but Orion's stars do not match the pyramid's arrangement. And the Orion's belt consists of these three stars. And so they have names. And these three supergiant stars are several times more massive than the sun, and tens of thousands of times brighter. So they must be really, really far away. But you know, that Sphinx in Egypt might have originally had the face of a lion, you know, which means that it could be much older than we really thought. So if we understand that cornerstones are monuments, maybe the Sphinx is a monument to vandalism. And maybe the water from the Lord caused the water erosion around the base of the Sphinx. And so if we look at Leo as it pertains to the zodiac, we find that Leo is 10,350 to 10,450 BC, around 8,000 years earlier. And this was referred to by Edgar Cayce in the Akashic Records. And of course, the Babylonians had already divided the zodiac into 12 equal signs. And they did this by 1500 BC. And so each of these signs was assigned a name. And each sign went through astrological ages of 2,160 years each. But if we put them in a circle, each sign took 30 degrees of a circle of 360 degrees. So we use these astrological clocks to figure out what time it is or what time it was. And so when we look at a chart of the zodiacs, we find, well, there's Leo the lion, yeah. And there are other familiar things. Maybe we're familiar with the twins, the bull, the ram, the fish, Aquarius. They say we're in the age of Aquarius. But more importantly, if we look at the ecliptic longitude, each sign represents about 30 degrees. Actually, not about 30 degrees, exactly 30 degrees. And if we can be that exact, maybe we can make our zodiac reference chart around pi. I told you we'd have some more pi. 12 pieces of pi, each 30 degrees. As we said, it's 360 degrees in a circle. And we're going to cut this pi up. And what we're going to do is we are going to undo the pi. So we still have the 12 pieces, and each one is still 30 degrees. but we've aligned them on a straight line. So instead of using a zodiac reference as a circle, let's use it as a straight line. Because isn't that the transmission line? And so what is this transmission line doing? Well, we see that it's 2,160 years per pi. So obviously they stay fresh for a long time. But what happens is that the solar system is revolving. So the way we're looking at this pi is not always from the same position. If you remember our discussions on perspective, our perspective will change as we move. But the combination of the total revolution is 25,920 years. So if you're working at a job for a few decades and you're looking forward to your retirement, it doesn't come anywhere near 25,920 years. So who is paying attention to this? And so we're all looking for that stairway to heaven. But the thing is, we can go counterclockwise or we can go clockwise. But we're going to go from a lower spot to a higher spot. And we can also go from a higher spot to a lower spot. And so in many ways, this is kind of the way the solar system is moving. And this is the way that we're moving because we're on this spiral staircase, right? And so, but we're not going up and down, we're following a spiral precession through the universe. How do we know where we are? Well, let's refer to the zodiac, shall we? And how do we remember? Well, one of the ways is in art, and another way is in our clothing. Another way is in Persian rugs. And so we find that the artwork seems to be the same in the Middle East or in Middle America. And as we can see by this design, the left side equals the right side. Isn't that interesting? But what we have to understand is that there is a spiral. And so the left side is what you see on one side, and the right side is what you see on the other side. This is not a very good picture. This one's a little bit better because you can clearly see that as we go through the crossover point, the front side becomes the back side and the back side becomes the front side. And so what we have is a manifestation of a spiral form. And they knew this in 2000 BC. And these represent the 4 seasons. And they also represent the steps of the DNA and the spherical movement of the DNA. And also the RNA and the interaction of the two. And so when we're looking at down the tunnel, then we can see the rotation. But as we're tunneling through we are also moving around. So we can be in the tunnel, but we're still rotating around the solar system. And so when we build something and we want to put a stamp on it, and architects want to put a stamp on this and say, I built this. So we lay a cornerstone. And traditionally, it's the first stone laid for a structure, and then all the other stones laid in reference. But a cornerstone marks the geographical location by orienting a building in a specific direction. And these cornerstones have been around for millennia in some shape or form. Like a sphinx, which is a cornerstone pointer. It points to the source of the design. And it's a certain point on the calendar. And Hermes was the architect. And so the cornerstone was not to Hermes, but the cornerstone was to the source of the design. And the cornerstone was not in the building. Hermes used the Sphinx as his cornerstone, not the way architects today use the cornerstone in the corner of the building. And so this is kind of important, because if we see how the zodiac is spiraling, then it doesn't just go down and up, but it goes down and around, and then up and around again. And so we find that the zodiac follows that spiral, kind of like the DNA. And then when we look at Orion, the hunter, the great hunter, the lord of hunting, patron of male hunters, Orion was a giant huntsman and a demigod son of Poseidon. After his death, he was placed amongst the stars. And then he was later brought back from the underworld and became the god of hunting. And Orion's belt contains those 3 stars, none of which contain any planets as far as we know. But it is the source of the cornerstone. That's the source of the pyramid. What about the soul cornerstone? The soul cornerstone is in the center. So when we talk about a plasma cornerstone, it's not all the cornerstones in the center, but it's the sp3 tetrahedral conversion that's in the center. And so, of course, we're working on the Oasis cornerstone, which is a cornerstone of connection based on positioning by nearness and proximity. And I wonder which direction it is pointing. So when we're talking about relationships, so we've been focusing on the scientific relationships, trying to establish a Maggrath balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And then how does that balance with the spiritual forces, where the spirit is the motor of the soul? So we have to look at the plasma science to add to the knowledge and bring these 2 together in a balance, what we call the conservation of susceptibility, where we have independent variables and we have an equation where there's a balance on one side and a balance on the other side, but each of these variables are variable and determined by susceptibility. So the susceptibility on one side would reflect on the susceptibility of the other side, because even though they're independent variables, they are interdependent. So we have this conservation of variability as well. And it still is a Margraph. But historically speaking, what we see, according to Hermes, is that the cornerstone of the Sphinx is not the cornerstone of the pyramid. The cornerstone of the Sphinx is outside of the pyramid. And the capstone, well, it was quite nice. The rest of the pyramid is kind of messy. So we see that the capstone is kind of a monument to war. And when you look at the head of the Sphinx, so we could say the head of the Sphinx is not equal to the capstone on the Sphinx, on the pyramid. And the cornerstone of the Sphinx is not equal to the cornerstone in a monument such as the pyramid. And if that is the case, then the cornerstone of a building and the capstone of a building is not equal to the point on the star formation of a plasma star, and is not equal to the positioning of the cornerstone of a plasma star formation. Because the cornerstone there is in the center, which means that the calendar is not the reference for the connection of the plasma. It's not the reference. It's not equal. It doesn't balance. It's an anomaly. So when we look at the soul of a stone, the purpose of it, of course, is anchorage, maybe a commemoration, maybe it's an idol, and it's an acknowledgement as confirmation. We are the third rock from the sun, and I was here. But we are an anomaly, you see, because the earth is animate. And we as humanity are animate. The pyramid is inanimate. So the anomaly really is that the earth rotates but doesn't walk, but man walks but does not rotate, but the two work together. And so when we look at the zodiac, what does it mean? Each house points to the center line. And the center is gravitational. So each house in the zodiac is magnetical. So the zodiac is a fun tool. We can work out our astrology. It's a fun tool. It can work out our dating in terms of history. And it's fun to talk about. But it's a calendar of prejudice because it creates these monuments to form artifacts of man space and monuments to form artifacts of earth space and monuments to form artifacts of outer space. And they are pointers to the source of creation. And they're cornerstones of creation. Whereas the cornerstones of science, we have our own zodiac We have our nano cornerstone, our pico cornerstone, our GANS cornerstone, our plasma cornerstone, and our soul cornerstone, and they're all connected. So there's a plasma state and there's a physical state. And there's a reference to the matter plasma dimensions. Due to nearness and proximity, we have two matter states, one you can touch and one you can't. One you can see and one you can't. And regardless, man is feedback dominant. We don't point to the source. We are focused on the satisfaction, say, of a fine meal, the interaction with the sound, the light, the heat, the pressure, the luster, the superficiality, or the laminar containment to balance our balance field. But we're quarantined in this physical, spherical earth space. So these cornerstones are form artifacts, often referred to as the transmutation of life. We already have gravitational confirmation, but the oxygen on this planet is further gravitational confirmation because it's fundamental to life. And it's what makes this a blue planet. We are the water planet. And we have been flooded with a lot of things, but it's reflective in our principal energy flow, which is a two-way transmission and a two-way transition, and the two that come together to create the basic transmutation. So how do we transition from these visible transmission spectrums and non-visible as we go from the spectrum to the spectrum, and what causes the susceptibility? So there's a superficiality in the physicality, and there's an internal substance of the plasma substrate. And the balance of that creates the magrav, the point of containment between the gravitational and magnetical fields. But clearly, there's a step beyond. And the question is, which way is that beyond? And so we find that in the physicality, we have a barrier. But as we go through the atomic state and the monatomic, polyatomic, and the plasma field state, and then beyond, we find that we can go in both ways. So we have the three dimensions, and the cornerstones could be just monuments of litter here or here. And if we say counters point to the source, which source are you talking about? The source that has them gold in them hills, or the gold GANs that we have demonstrated at the Sanya conference? Or are we targeting a version of outer space? Or are we targeting the version of outer space, where we go from the gravitational point of Earth space to the gravitational point of some space as we travel through the reality dimension? So we have to set up our antennae to tune our transmissions and to tune our transitions, and understand that when we select one force, and if it's magnetical, it is balanced by a force selection of another gravitational force. So we can have resulting selections, and they can feed the magrav manifestation. So selection manifestation is predetermined by choosing. So why not choose the peace dome of intention? So this range transition affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. So we can have this Z-axis transition balance to and from the peace dome. Because as we explore our calendars, we find this plasma balance. It shows that knowledge and wisdom can give you deeper insight, but experience will change a man's perspective. It allows us to reflect on life. And misconduct becomes harder to rationalize because the historical reference becomes meaningless. It's the pH balance seeking which becomes the polar balance. And the plasma balance is uncut in any state. And so that state dependency and transcendence is also uncut. The cornerstones are cut. Cornerstones are matter state bound, but we're not. So when we look at the pH maggraph of the plasma, we find that the cornerstone is within. And the pH of the blue planet comes from within. And the pH of peace and the many points in the dove still come from within. And so this becomes fundamental as we're embarking on the 2024 transmutation test, and we're going into the third month of a 4-month process. But we're also at the beginning of the research that we need to better understand the plasma science of space, and not just any space, particularly outer space, because that is a representation of the greater oneness. And all roads are pointing to the same point, which will help us transcend the limitations of nuclear science. We have tried for 554 weeks through the Knowledge Seekers workshops to bring you the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. That's your ticket. That's your ticket to outer space. So sign it. Sign it with meaning. Sign it with intensity. Sign it with your soul. Are the calendars the spiral pointers of the x-axis sphere creation? That's a question. And is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? Can mind find heaven through the field transition? Can even go into outer space without a peace dome? And can man transmute through the dimensions of history? See, the calendars are the cornerstones of knowledge, of the physical transmission dimensions. And so plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson. Thank you all very much for allowing me to present. Earth to Mark. Earth to Mark.
Yes. I was going to say another master class. Thank you, Alex.
Are you very technical?
Even though abbreviated. I went to the kitchen to make a stronger cup of coffee, but I don't see my mouse in front of me. I'm on the iPad, right? Maybe the mouse transmuted. Would anyone like to share anything about what we just heard? Where do you think the sun got its impetus, Alex, to move on this? Was it from the black hole in the center of our galaxy? Or what prompted the sun? The sun must have had some impetus to make this move, this aurora from last year, let's say.
Well, isn't that a good question? There's a possibility that there was a feeding. There's also a possibility that there was a feedback. I don't think, and this is my own opinion, I don't think one is separated from the other. I don't think one is exclusive of the other, because the position of the feeding has to be in reference to the feedback. In other words, if you don't get any feedback, then you'll be constantly feeding. And if you're full, if you're satisfied, if you created a barrier, then the feeding really becomes maybe just throwing food against the wall. And that's a wasteful experience. So I don't think the sun's involved in that kind of wasteful experience. That's my opinion. So there has to be a welcoming on our part, because we are animate part of history, and the earth is an animate part of history, but that part of history, as far as the earth is concerned, has not been a pleasant history. And yet the earth keeps going. And so does man. So does the humanity. So what we're referring to here is the indomitable spirit of the earth and the man. And the historical reference to monuments of the past, and as enduring as they are in the past, and they are inanimate. So as long as we pay homage to those inanimate monuments, we can't go forward. But I think we've come to the point now where the hunger has set in, and the physical satiation of that hunger is no longer enough. So it created a welcoming. And we have to understand that, because when we were born, we weren't born on Mars. We were born on Earth, which was our decision in terms of a choice of destination. But it was the Earth's decision in offering a welcoming. So when you have a impetus and a welcoming, then you have a convergence, an arrival. You created a landing zone and you arrive safely. But there's a storm on this planet, and has been going on for millennia. And I think it has to do with the cornerstones of knowledge. And one of the reasons I needed a strong coffee was because this has not pleased me. This class today has not pleased me. What is pleasing is to have a different kind of awareness, but part of that awareness means that it's an admission of being duped. And as Barnum Bailey often said, the sucker is born every day. And nobody wants to admit to being the sucker. But maybe I can hide it from you and hide it from myself. And so coming to this conclusion has been a real a traumatic experience. because I have always wondered, what is the purpose of the zodiac and what's wrong with our calendars? And so today I just presented my view. And it was very satisfying to me in that it fit the pattern. I didn't create the pattern. I solved the pattern in my mind. And hope that you agree or offer different insight. But the thing is, I spent most of my life following the other pattern. And the results have been underwhelming. And so by incorporating this new understanding and comparing the results, in that regard, the results have been most rewarding. So that is why the future is so bright. Because when we look at all the doom and gloom, we have to understand the point of view. And there's no doom and gloom in the new outer space age. It's our path to heaven on earth. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, let's see if anyone else would like to raise a point or ask a question or take an exception to what's been said. I think Alex can handle any of that. You showed that graph of the, was it the going up and down or spiraling? And isn't this in a way where humanity has been? We've had more enlightened periods, I think, on this planet. Yeah, with the flying carpets and perhaps transmuting or zero time communication. Mr. Keshe said we've been able to grow our own tail when we had a tail and other things like that. So I think we've ebbed and flowed in knowledge on this planet, but we've never had the elevation of the soul to keep it. We've always devolved back down into a lower understanding, and then humanity comes back up again. And we've been going through this cycle for apparently thousands or maybe even millions of years on this planet. I don't know, but hopefully this time is the time we're going to permanently keep it. This is the plan, I believe. We're not going to let it go this time around. And again, I don't know when that will finally arrive there. But this is, I think we're going to keep it this time and then make our, joining with this universal community much more apparent to everyone. It won't be a mystery anymore.
Well, Mark, how difficult it is to talk to the younger crowd. They have their own language. When I was personally having a problem with people who were so enamored with how sick things were, and I was wondering, well, what happens if you are really sick? Where the meaning of one is opposite, and so where if it's sick, it's wonderful, and if you're sick, well, you have to go to the hospital, I guess. The point of the matter is that when I was young, I discounted the mythologies because they were mythical. But one of the things that history didn't discuss, they didn't discuss who won the football game on the weekend. I mean, there's some people who keep track of that, but how far does that go? Maybe to the beginning of the last century or something like that. But what we're talking about is something that transcends centuries. We're in the era of millennia, and there are people who keep track of 26,000 hours. If you ask, if you're late for supper, how late are you? Are you a minute late, an hour late, or Oh no, I'm 5,000 years late. You know, well, the supper's kind of cold. So who keeps track of that? You know, I certainly don't have a watch, you know, that takes care of that, but obviously it's an important part of our history because we, you know, we keep talking about it. And I always fail to see the connection. But the reason, and my excuse is, and I'm sticking to it, is that I had no interest in finding that reason. I always felt that there was someone who was more skillful, more knowledgeable than I was, and you know, was more interested in the relevance of finding the answer to that. And I depended on that because you can't do everything. It's only when I was forced to investigate. And I said, well, like, you asked a serious question, like, why is that? Well, when you say, why is that, that question comes from, where did I come from? And how did I get here? And when you start asking those questions and you look at the answers that are presented, and you say, well, we're not exactly sure. Well, why is that? Well, it's kind of a nebulous subject. Okay, well, why don't we talk about something that we are sure of? How about, when were the pyramids built? Oh, you know, we're not really sure. Right, is that a fact? And what who you know charted the zodiac, and why did we bother charting the zodiac? And you know, how does that relate to, you know, what I'm going to do next weekend? So if you're not asking those questions, then you just let it slide. And it just seems like no one was asking those questions. But I haven't really discovered anything, except I've discovered that poker playing is illegal in the universe. It's an earthbound thing. And when poker players play, it's a game of skill in lying. Some people take it to the extent where it's a skill in cheating, but that is really risky business. But you get rewarded for being a good liar in poker. So life is not a poker game. This is not entertainment, if you will. But it doesn't mean that it can't be fun.
So, you know, is it maybe that's why this planet hasn't changed, because the sun didn't have, in a way, the energy to give to it. It had to take in more to maintain its structure, and then it released that extra energy apparently towards this planet. So there's something bigger, something perturbed the sun, I think, to do that from a bigger structure. It's almost like, you know, they say water flows downhill. Well, perhaps from that center black hole, it's fed something else, and then it reached the sun, and now the sun is elevating the weaker of the earth, or its creation, or kissing the child, as Mr. Keshe put it. So there's something bigger going on in the structure than just the sun, I would think.
Well, of course, but there has to be a calling.
A calling or a culling?
No, a calling.
Calling, okay.
Okay, because if the stronger is feeding the weaker, then the weaker needs to be calling. You know, I have to tell you that, you know, in reviewing my own personal life, one of the things that was not, shall we say, fashionable was asking for help. And in a very comical way, and a lot of people talk about this, you know, if you go someplace and you're in a city and you're lost, a man is generally reluctant to ask for directions, but a woman is quite speedy.
Right, we just keep driving around in circles, hoping we'll find the right way out.
Yeah, and hoping not to look foolish in the process.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with that. That's the first thing I do is ask for help or ask for direction if
Oh
I
no,
feel I'm lost and see what the others have to say.
you're an exception. You're an exception. It is. No, it's a very hard thing to do. But you know, once you understand that it's not a representation of you know, courage, it's a representation of, like you say, well, hey, I'm lost. Well, why are you lost? Well, under what pretext should I not be lost? I've never been here before. I don't have a map. I don't have a guide. You know, and even you go into the jungle, you know, and you've never been there. What are you going to do? You're going to hire a guide, a tour guide, aren't you? Okay, well, what is a tour guide? A tour guide is answering all the questions. So instead of asking, well, where's this and what's that and how do I go that, and asking 150,000 questions, the tour guide will just guide you along and all of your questions will be answered and you'll have a very enjoyable experience. But, you know, in life, you sometimes have to be your own tour guide. And the way to be smart about that is look at the path. You want to hunt, look at the footprints. If that's what you want to hunt, or maybe that's what you need to avoid, you know, so you have to make choices. Broken branches, worn paths, alignment of there's a path that I have that goes through, and I had a visitor, and they asked me, how do I get out of here? I said, well, you just look at the target, those two trees. And they said, well, there's lots of trees. Well, I said, yeah, but those two trees, go to those two trees and look between them. And what you'll see is the path to get out of here. Oh, how cool is that? Well, that's the difference between a city boy and a country boy. And I had to really laugh because I grew up as a city boy, and I would have asked the same stupid questions. But now I'm asking for help, and it's coming, and it's truly wonderful. But I'm not asking from a point of feebleness. I'm asking from a point of weakness, so that I can elevate my strength. Because if I elevate my strength, I can be more beneficial. And that's what the sun has done. The sun has fulfilled our weakness by calling for help. And the call originally came from us, right? We're the weakest in the link. If you only look at the link between humanity, Earth space, sun space, and the universal space, we are the weak link. So I think we've all started calling for help in a sincere way.
Yes, everything seems to be much older. You pointed out the Sphinx is much older, the pyramid is much older. Mr. Keshe told us the planet is much older, the galaxy is much older. Maybe the teaching is going to start to believe in something we can't see, as we see on the fan, on the box of the fan that's sold in the store, plasma wind. And maybe he's trying from medical up to cosmology, trying to get people to look away from the physicality, even though we're enamored with it, but see that there's a structure behind that physicality that's actually moving things or manipulating things, or I don't mean manipulating in a bad way, but actually causing changes. We all look to the physicality, especially in the medical as well. So now we're starting to learn about this energy interaction, which again has been foreign to all of us in a way. Who thought we had such, we were low energy nuclear reactors in a way?
Yeah, but there is also another difference, and that is the plasma field needs to grow. And the rate of growth is what is changeable. And so what affects the rate of growth? And that has to come from the wisdom and the knowledge. And so we now have the capability of changing the rate of growth. And if we understand that this technology has been around for several decades, it took a while for that field strength to come up to speed. My aunt had a nice little car, and it was a Fiat, the smallest Fiat that was made, 500 cc. And it was amazing that, you know, to drive that thing on the highway, it was the slowest vehicle. And she had to teach me how to drive it because I was used to fast cars. You know, when you step on the accelerator and you kind of snaps your neck back. Here, you step on the accelerator, it was kind of like stepping on a loaf of bread. You kind of press down and it's kind of cushy, and you press down even more and it's still kind of cushy. And then you gulp and count. Gulp 1, gulp 2, gulp 3, and then you start to go. And you just got to keep it going. And so the timing was really, really important if you wanted to pass someone. And for those 3 seconds, you know, you could feel your heart pounding in your lungs. And, you know, so is it going to go? And then, of course, everybody else was faster. So we were cut off numerous times. But I learned how to drive it. And so when someone was passing us at that point, I would step on the accelerator, hoping that by the time they passed us, that I could just follow in their jet stream. And I got to be quite good at it. And it was a lot of fun. But it just goes to show you the problem with the plasma field is you can't just flick the switch. And I think a lot of you have figured it out, that when we're making the GANs, although the how shall we say, that the field motion has begun because you set up the pattern, it takes a while to produce the GANs. And when I say a while, it's an indeterminate amount of time. It could be hours, it could be days, and it could be weeks. And so we find that some GANs take a lot longer to produce. But now we've come to the point where we can affect the ramp up speed, if you will. And this gives us a whole new perspective. So it isn't just, you know, going in a fast car and tromping on the accelerator. It isn't like going in a jet plane and, you know, putting on the afterburners. But when you get going, wow, the energy is amazing. And it jumps by orders of magnitude. It doesn't snap your head back, but it just gives you this wonderful feeling of peace and harmony. Back to you, Mark.
I agree. I know Mr. Keshe said we're replicating the work of the universe, but some things in the universe, he said, take billions of years, and they're shortening this down to days or weeks or months or short years time. So it is accelerating, as you indicated, with this understanding of this plasma science.
And
it's
I
the
think
same work, but it's being accelerated.
Yeah, and also for the first time, I think we've set a date where we mean to keep it.
We have a date?
November.
Oh, that date, okay. Yeah, yeah, it's an ongoing process to teach the scientists and the governments about what this technology is all about. That's what I think these sessions are. And of course, breaking down the borders and the rest of this, even though in many places of the world, the borders seem to already be broken down, but rather unruly. And with a lot of angst and not liking people coming across borders. Hopefully we'll dissolve these in the very near future. The transmutation is what's going to bring the borders down. But the scientists are also going to have to move away from the matter state of understanding, I think, and move into this energy dimension. And there was another background you had, and I didn't make a note of it, what I wanted to ask you, so I can't think of what it was. Anyone else who'd like to pose a question or bring a thought about what's happening within the foundation? Just remember the testimonial meeting is on Monday, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central European Time, summertime. So in the public Zoom room. So if you're available, come in. Again, it could be a very small testimony about a plant or something that happened to you or an animal or someone else. Again, we're all learning from each other. So don't hesitate to come in if you don't have a very big testimonial, like you want to, everybody becomes impressed. Just these small things are good. We've seen this a lot with the Brazilian team, with different smaller things, but as we learn more, they'll grow into much bigger things. And they've had a lot of testimonials, beautiful ones as well. I know Rick is putting some of these up. I thought he was putting them up on the new website, but he says, no, it's going to go on the older website. I think he said they're going to upload about 50 of the testimonial meetings, or maybe 50 testimonials from some of the sessions within the testimonial meeting. So that's tomorrow. If you'd like to come and share or just listen and support, you're all welcome. Anyone else would like to come forward with something? You think the universal community has noticed that there's something changing? Maybe this is what Mr. Keshe meant when he said you'll see UFOs in the skies, not one or two anymore, but by the thousands, because they know this planet is turning into, I mean, they may not be here yet, but they know this planet is becoming a peaceful, this is part of the party that was planned. As he said, you have to get everything ready, and many souls are returning here. They're not UFOs, they're actually souls coming back, but I think we'll see those as well, UFOs in the skies, because now they realize that they want to welcome this new child into the community, almost like a christening in a way, but not the religious type. So perhaps we're going to an earlier epoch, Alex, where people were interested in transmutation and zero-time communication and other sorts of energy artifacts, if you want to call it that, or working with energies. I think we're coming back to this cosmology and the rest of this, potions, different things. This will become, I think, people starting to become more enlightened, they'll move in this direction. So this process, again, it's going to take some time, but we'll see, as he said, the change in psychology within 10 years or 15 years, which is just not even a blink of an eye in the life of the universe. The creator is, as I say, remodeling the creation.
I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. I'm hoping you're finding it interesting. We have crumbs in the pathway that lead us. We just have to identify that pathway and understanding what the signs mean. and I just I'm very excited to see how they come together.
Agree, and maybe some of these more famous or recognizable people that will go through these systems will give testimonials, and they'll become even more powerful because they're already well known by many, or they knew of the condition that that actress or sports star had developed, and then they'll see the change. This is going to be powerful to bring the others on board in so many ways, in quite a, I think, an accelerated fashion. Once they see, and I'm sure people are looking and they know what the usual matter state treatments offer them, which isn't much, as I understand it. But with this new science, things can be brought into balance, and hopefully they'll acknowledge, as opposed to Hawking and some of the others, where this newfound understanding or wellness came from.
Well, one of the key things here in the zodiac reference is that every single zodiac sign is equal. None of them are more equal than others, including Leo, not more equal.
Okay.
So, you know, why does it seem that you know, one side may be less than the other, and then it has to do with the rotation, and because what's the significance of it? Otherwise, if there wasn't a reference to something, like a reference line, then there would be no reason to delineate the individual signs of the zodiac. What's the point? You know, well, we don't need any signs. But, you know, when we look at Orion, and Orion plays a big part in our history, and you say, well, why is Orion not a zodiac sign? So, you know, just like, you know, just like we are not part of the three dimensions in terms of viewpoint, you know, we can't be part of the group and look at the group. You know, you have to stand outside of the group to look at the group. And that's why there are fans in the audience at sporting events, or in the audience of music events. They're looking at the group. So we are the observers, and it's the observers who are keeping track of the zodiac reference. And that reference is going on for 26,000 years, and it seems to be a very relevant reference point. So who is doing that reference?
So does this mean the Big Bang Theory is going to have to go out the window with the rest of the garbage we've been fed? I mean, the Earth just didn't appear here, did it? It didn't, another planet bumped into another planet and pushed off a big piece of matter, and this became the Earth and the rest of it, or the Big Bang where it found its position and cooling and the rest of this. This was all built up from a very small speck, isn't it? This is not something that just appears. And this is what the science community is going to have to, and maybe they already know it, but they're not allowed to talk about it. That the process of creation is much different than what we read in our science books, but it needs to get to the general public, and eventually it will.
Well, this is what I had in my experience going to the library when I was looking at the discussions on, shall we say, you know, New Age or what do you call that? Anyway, things to do with UFOs and all that stuff. Half the books were skeptical. If you're skeptical, why would you devote an enormous amount of time to writing a book? I don't know about you. I've done a lot of writing, but I've never written a book. And it must take an enormous effort to write a book. And why would you bother, to write a book to be skeptical about something? That means it warrants your attention. And so the question is, if it warrants your attention, why are you giving that attention? It's just like, writing an essay on why you don't like football. Well, in order to write that essay, you have to know something about football. So you better start watching a lot of games so that you can be qualified in your opinion. And then at the end, it's, football doesn't exist. Oh, really? You just spent hours writing a book about it and hours studying it. So, whatever you studied doesn't exist then, and whatever you wrote about doesn't exist. And so that became the confirmation right then and there. The skeptics contributed to the confirmation of the paranormal universe. Why would you bother?
You mean trying so hard to disprove or discredit something? Yeah, to maintain the current dogma. That's all. That's all it is. And I think they know that, because they don't want to allow us to, in a way, open up to this bigger understanding of who we are in the universe and the creator and the rest of this. Made in the image of the creator. That means you can create, you can change things. I mean, for the good, not, again, for selfish reasons, but just the power that's within your central energy structure. This has not been allowed to come forward. Only the matter state. Yeah, big muscles, big arms, or whatever. This is powerful, but not the dimension of the energy. That didn't exist in a way. It was alluded to, but not wanting to confirm.
Well, you remember the child who would always ask why, and mommy would answer the question and says, well, why, mommy? And then mommy would answer the question, well, yeah, but why?
Yeah.
And then, finally the answer is, well, ask daddy, but the point is, if the answer to the question comes up with the same question, then the question is not the question. The question becomes the answer. If you see this pattern, and I, for instance, could not understand why this pattern was identical in the Middle East and in Middle America. I mean, absolutely identical. How is it possible? There's a big Atlantic Ocean in between. So there was some way to communicate. Was it wirelessly? Was it by boat? Was it by airplane? Was it by spaceship? And why would you do that? Why don't you just come up with your own design? Well, you look at the traditional clothing of the different nationalities, and it was really funny. I was at a Hindu bazaar, and all the and this is in North America, right? And all the Indians there were dressed in black. They had, black dresses and black pants and black coats. And I had blue jeans and a blue jacket. There's probably 1,000 people in there, and I'm the only one dressed in blue. I thought, well, this is strange. I couldn't understand why, it was so important for everybody to be uniform. And then they put on a show that was a show attached to a wedding. There was a representation of a wedding dance and wedding show. All the participants in the show were the brightest colors that you've ever seen. I mean, fluorescent yellows, fluorescent greens, fluorescent reds, bright, bright, bright. And what really made them stand out was the fact that everybody was dressed in black. It was amazing. So you know, I was really heartened to see that because I thought, oh, gee, everybody is so uniform and dark. And then here in their festive mode, they were brilliant, bright, shining, full of life, full of energy, full of beauty. It was wonderful. That saved my experience in that place. That no one ever jumped on me for wearing a blue jacket. There was no discrimination that way. Uh, I mean, the blue jacket would have, if there was any discrimination by color, the blue jacket would have been the reason, not the fact that I'm not Hindu. That would not have. So there was no discrimination in that regard. So they were all very kind in that regard, and they didn't make me feel uncomfortable at all. So I really appreciated that. But I got a chance to enjoy the culture and then see, well, that culture was in North America, and that culture represented them in India. Well, there's two oceans. There's the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean in between those two. And so the art, the clothing, the pyramids, we have pyramids in Middle America. We have pyramids in South America. We have pyramids in Indonesia. Ways, you know. These are all different cultures. And here's a common denominator. And in fact, the Great Flood was commented on in 7 different civilizations. So it's not that one plays cricket, and one plays baseball, and one plays rugby, and one plays football. 7 civilizations spoke of the Great Flood. And 7 civilizations had the form artifacts of pyramids. And these spiral forms were represented in all of them. So there must be something to it, because why would someone spend so much time being skeptical if there wasn't any substance to the matter? Thank you all for allowing me to present today. Back to you, Mark.
Good. Let's see if anyone else wants to bring a comment. Please open your mic. It's almost like the child asking the father, "Daddy, why is the sky blue?" Well, well, the sky is blue. You're correct, but well, that's because the creator loves blue, and that's the reason the sky is blue, son. No other question about it. So when these people, when the sun gets educated and realize it's the nitrogen or whatever in the atmosphere that's causing this sort of bluish, or someone else's child asks their father, "Oh, it's the reflection of the ocean, the blue, that's why the sky is blue," they'll get into an argument between the two children. But we're going to have some very enlightened children coming forth, I think, when we can start teaching at much earlier age about the soul and the science and the rest of this. We're going to have some really well-informed, I think, although they, again, the knowledge is endless, but we're certainly going to have a better footing on the process of creation and how these things work. And I think the children will just be happy, because the soul must know they're being taught incorrectly, even though the soul doesn't say anything really about it, just lets things sort of go on that way. But we'll have some very enlightened people here, and elevated souls as well, and be able to explain it. Okay, I guess we'll take the screen and close out. I'd like to keep the Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, which Alex has voiced over part of it. Anyone else have any other thoughts they'd like to share? If not, I will share the screen and we'll conclude.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. We want to thank everyone again for being here today and being a small part of this very large change that's coming on this planet. And as you can see, the universe is cooperating in this process and bringing the change through energies. And we can do that. We're not powerless. You can participate every day in this process. You can even participate multiple times a day in this process. I don't think it's the amount that's so important, but it's the regularity of elevating others, especially the world leaders and the world religious leaders who give them, the world leaders, the pretext for going to war and creating all this mayhem. So I want to thank you all for being part and bringing the change. And again, you're not here by coincidence. Your soul has brought you here. So I'm going to play the Keep Keshe Foundation free. And of course, we have the three wise men. I've never really considered the thinking, speaking, and acting good as a major of major importance, but now we're learning how important this process is, creating a shielding and giving to others. If you can work and practice on thinking, speaking, and doing good. This is the ethos of Mitra, or the child of Mitra, but it can be our ethos as well. We may not be able to achieve what the child of Mitra is achieving, but we can certainly learn. So I just want to thank you all, and may you all be proud of the work you do. May you all be proud of the person you are, and may you all be proud of the difference you make for your being here. Thank you all, and have an amazing rest of your day. Is there anyone else who would want to say anything before we go? Is there something that you've been holding that you'd like to share, but just a little apprehensive to share it? Please come and speak it. Okay, I'm just looking for the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. We thank you all who are participating in these sessions, taking advantage of the offers that are within the store, and then sharing what you're finding out about these offers as it works its way into your life and your family, and the changes that you may notice. So thank you all, and we continue moving forward. And I think, as he said, this big energy that's been released by the sun is a part of this whole process. We're getting some universal system assist at this time. So thank you all again for being here and continuing to find out more about yourself and how the process of creation works, and of course about the creator itself, which is you. Thank you all. Thank you, Alex, as well.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.